Good morning everyone, Daniel Miller here. How is everybody doing today? How are you, my friends? Very nice sunny day here, proper spring. Very cold though. It really smells of snow, but clear blue skies and a wonderful early morning for lovely strolls around the area. And this is exactly what I've done. Got up early, had a nice stroll, went to my local shops, enjoyed a bit of that brisk cold weather but with lovely sunshine, and here we are yet again for our Destiny world. I have to apologise first of all to all of my viewers, friends and fans for what happened on Thursday. I was doing one of the strikes, Sea Heroic strikes, and then suddenly out of the blue, although I was a bit pushed for time, everything went dead. Broadcast just discontinued, and I wanted to obviously get back in, but there was a problem with PlayStation Now services, and suddenly there was nothing. I couldn't get back in. There was a serious technical fault there on the network, and it persisted throughout the day. So when I tried to get back in on the following morning, which was yesterday, the problem still persisted, so there were basically no Destiny streams yesterday during the day, and that was regrettable because I really enjoy these daily streams. Our new schedule, or I should say our old schedule, being brought back, it's really working out very well for me and for the viewers. We get lots of people from the continent coming in, also our friends from the US, very early in the morning, that is for them, and from Australia, New Zealand and all the other countries. So really very sorry for that. There was nothing I could do, and also, as you know, my broadcasts always end with a conclusion where I indeed send farewells to my friends and viewers, and we talk about what is to happen next, but that was all prevented due to those technical problems. So yesterday, instead of having Destiny, once the connection came back on, I was streaming Metal Gear Solid 5, and this is obviously a part of our PlayStation Now services presents, and really very good stream. We had quite a lot of people coming in. There was some hardcore Metal Gear Solid veterans joining in and talking about the game and Hideo Kojima and his new game, and all the expectations that they have. So it was very thoroughly enjoyable. And also I'd like to invite our Destiny veterans to come in sometime and have a look at the other stream as well, because the idea is to be promoting PS Now services as they are offering what we love the best, really instant access to many games, and many of those are even downloadable, so you can download them to your console and then play them at will. And also what's beautiful is that everything you do on PS Now services is saved to the server. You will never have any problems with accessing your game data, and you are then absolutely squared away for any game you want to play as long as necessary. The blockbusters are not downloadable, the games like Fallout 3, Uncharted, some of the proprietary Sony games, but the vast majority of those which we consider somewhere medium range, the interesting ones, indeed are. So that's very good for us broadcasters, because we can download them to our console and then stream them on Twitch. The choice is incredible, and indeed you have then the opportunity to try some of the popular games that were made for the Asian markets, primarily for Japan, Hong Kong and China. And when you watch them, you realize, well, this is actually a different kind of game altogether. And I've looked at them, and their favorites are basically kind of Final Fantasy style games, but with a lot of fighting, a lot of RPG content, with some puzzles, and they look and feel very different to what we play over here, and definitely are very enjoyable to watch. In fact, I think on Games Radar, I've seen 2 reviews indicating that there are some games available on the service which you cannot get from anywhere else, because they're not in circulation, and also they've been remastered and converted for PS4 usage. So just click on stream and you play them straight away. It is one of the best ways of finding out what the games are like, either if you're a newbie or a gaming veteran. You'll have lots of games in there that you've heard of, you've seen advertised, but you never try them, you never want to buy them. And when you enter the service, you can just click on Stream Now, and the game is out there on your screen, ready for you to play. So really absolutely good, brilliant, incredible, mysterious, wonderful, and I really love the service. Yesterday, one of the community members was asking me, has the streaming quality been improved? Because in the past, he was trying it on Red Dead Redemption and he said there was some lag, picture was looking a bit diffused and there were some problems, and I just assured him that this has all been long resolved. I mean, I've had some minor problems in some of the games, but that's because lots of people are doing them at the same time. For the vast majority, it's just absolutely plain sailing. The only difference there is that perhaps on the streams you get some more darker toning compared to what you get if you download it, but it's not really very significant. You will not notice that if you have, you know, your ordinary TV sets, but if you're on 4K on Ultra HD OLED, you will see the difference, and the difference is, as I said, insignificant compared to what you're getting for that subscription. So, you know, for 1 monthly subscription, you can access 700 plus games, and you can access them literally from wherever you are around the world. If you have a console on you, you have the possibility of doing them through a PC as well as accessing them through your second screen on the phone. And, you know, there are lots of different possibilities there, which were actually a bit like science fiction even a few years ago. If you were to say to someone, you know, you switch your console on and then go outside, sit in the garden, and you can play it on your phone because you can enjoy the nice weather and enjoy the game. You don't have to be seated at the front of your TV if the weather is so beautiful outside, like for instance what I've got today. But unfortunately, it's very, very cold as well, so I wouldn't be able to, or wouldn't want to do that outside if it's so nippy. But on the other hand, if the weather was warm, nice weather, you certainly can be carrying on with your favorite adventure or RPG. I think perhaps a bit more difficult if you're doing it on your phone and doing some shooters. But on the other hand, I did play PUBG Mobile last year, and I've done it on my tablet rather than on my phone, and there were lots of people doing the same game on the phone, and they were incredible. I have to say, I'm not sure as to why, how and when they were sort of able to develop their skills and abilities, but they're really sharp, really focused, and, you know, they really were in control of that small little phone. But on the other hand, I thought maybe they connect the phone to the PlayStation controller, which is a possibility as well. You know, you have this add-on attachment, and then you put your phone on your controller and you can use it immediately. So basically you convert your controller to your phone, which you just align it, and then you can use it at will, and that probably is the best because, you know, you can see it. I mean, really, to be frank with you, I was skeptical about watching TV shows and films on my phone, but ever since I had Sony Xperia, the quality display on the screen is incredible. It's second to none. You know, the color toning is as good as on your very large 70-inch 4K TV, and the motion is smooth, there's no lag, and as I said, the graphics, the picture quality and the sound are mouth-watering, so absolutely immersive. And what I find particularly interesting is that I like doing the best when I'm like lying in bed, and it's incredible. I never thought this would be possible. You know, you have your handset and you put it quite close to your head, so it's not far from your eyes, you know, just like the distance where you can see properly, you know, sharp enough, and it just feels very immersive. And I think it's down to the picture resolution quality, which is phenomenal, and, you know, the processing power that some of the handsets have, particularly Sony Xperia XZ2, 3, 4, and then you get also the sound quality, which is phenomenal. You know, you have a really very good set of headphones and or earphones. You can just, you know, enjoy it wherever you are, and that's really good. So every day, in fact, before I fall asleep, I watch something. Usually I watch documentaries, and you know, they put me to sleep. But it's an ideal kind of exercise. And if you are wanting to do anything really, you can watch Twitch as well, Twitch streams on your phone while you're lying in bed, you know, getting ready to sleep. Or indeed you can be just you know, doing some of the games as well. I guess for doing that in bed, I'd say the adventure and RPGs are probably better than, you know, high adrenaline shooters, because those will wake you up, I believe. And still, my point is about the technology. Everything is so well integrated, and the fact that you can have PlayStation Now services wherever you are, inclusive on your computer, and just have to download, you know, a few bits of Sony PlayStation websites, and it's just really something we wanted to have over the years, and it was never previously possible. Also, what I quite like is, I'll give you an example. What I do here is I comprise everything, you know, and what I really like is that on my console I can now be accessing all the different services. They include the television, the Amazon Prime, Netflix, the browser, Mubi, IGN, YouTube. So all of these are providing me with enormous amount of information, and I follow the news, obviously, not just to do with the industry, and it's just all well integrated. So if you're planning your day, you can just access one of the portals giving you the news, read them, and then access the same sort of thing in audiovisual format on Game Informer, on IGN, on Games Radar, and watch some of the bulletins on YouTube. I watch them on YouTube for Xbox, for instance, continuously, as they have this week on Xbox, they have Inside of Xbox, this month on Xbox, they have their regular bulletins on Game Pass as well. So really, really very, very useful, and everything is being streamed through the console. So this is your portal for everything all together, which is quite astonishing, and it provides you with the abundance of news, visual materials, and ideas on what to do if you're a broadcaster, and indeed to keep you abreast with all the latest developments. So coming back to the last night, we had a very, very good session of Metal Gear Solid. Everyone enjoyed it, and I certainly did, although right at the end, it's happened already in every one of my Metal Gear Solid streams, the last mission, or last subquest I did, failed. And it failed very simply because I was very conscious of the time. I want the streams to be shorter, and if they start kind of early in the evening or late afternoon, I want them to finish as early as possible, because then I have another lot of work to do. And any time in that game you become preoccupied with the time factor, you will make a mistake and you will lose, and you'll have to replay it. The reason is simple. It's a tactical stealth strategy, basically, a type of game where you have to be thinking in order to outsmart the enemy. And as you're outsmarting the enemy, you're getting the very best results. The idea is you use very few bullets, you use a tranquilizer gun, and you sneak, and you come from behind, use your fists in order to disable them. That sometimes some of the characters have to be basically transported to your base in order to be investigated, and the story goes on and on. The terrain in Afghanistan is challenging, the number of enemy soldiers usually is quite considerable, and they're obviously well positioned. Their artificial intelligence is very, very high, and so if you're pushing it, then you're losing it. Not a good idea. And also what happened to me a few times during the last couple of weeks is I want to really polish off my broadcast with something short and enjoyable, both in Destiny and in Metal Gear Solid, and then it happens that very last exercise becomes extended, and then it affects all the other commitments. So I think what I have to do is I have to be thinking of finishing earlier, and then doing maybe a bit of a slightly different approach to the whole thing, because of the obvious. We do not want to have that sort of thing happening. And just coming back to Metal Gear Solid, what I really enjoy about it is the volume of activity and how you can approach every situation from a different angle. So indeed, if you're unhappy with the way you've done it, you can just replay the whole section. And indeed, if you complete the game, which is very, very great, very big in volume, you can be then redoing it from the beginning, and you can be applying different strategies. So really thoroughly enjoyable. And also I'm just inviting everyone to join me for Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain as well, for some of those streams. They're not really every day, but definitely worth playing. But I've been failing because obviously it's very, very hard to be having everything crammed in at once. And as you know, if you are focused on one game or one particular world, such as Destiny World, there are so many things to do, so it doesn't feel appropriate either. It could feel very intrusive, and I think our viewers and community members would be rather concerned if we were sort of cramming in too many things within one stream, which is obviously not the case. Something I considered during the last couple of days was as follows. I was thinking maybe we can have, in a week, 3 PlayStation 4 days and 3 Xbox One days. And then we can have one day, the 7th day, basically decided through the community activity and voting. We can have people voting whether they want to see something on Xbox One or on PlayStation 4. The volume of the games on either of the consoles will be exactly the same, meaning there will be particular games pegged to that console. I haven't decided yet what the main game for Xbox One is going to be, but we'll have like one like Destiny, maybe Borderlands, maybe I don't really want to speculate. I haven't even given it, any sort of major thought. And it will be very interesting to combine two different consoles, maybe somewhat two different communities, because obviously I know lots of people are watching my streams through Twitch, and there's quite a variety of different gamers on all platforms, inclusive of Android. But I thought this could be a nice variety, and it could be bringing us with a bit of a challenge. And also I thought maybe in the future I may be playing Destiny from scratch, really, building all the characters on Xbox One as well, and then we can start them as non-humans. There could be some other characters we can, just purely in terms of our own entertainment and progress. And obviously, once you've done the game through 3 different characters for quite some time, you are very experienced, and you just, I wouldn't say you race to the game, but you'll have a different way of approaching it compared to what I would have had when I started out right at the beginning. Right, so we've come back to Destiny. I'm grateful to everyone for coming today, obviously to this broadcast, and once again I apologise for those technical issues on Thursday. They were definitely very annoying, and there's nothing worse than being so dependent on the network, and if the network, if the network goes down, then what else can you do but just simply wait for that to be resolved? And that's exactly what's happened yesterday. So we have just not that many activities left on our Warlock. Warlock was given another task, which is reforging the blade, and that is a lengthy task, a lengthy grind in order to get one of the best swords in the game. And I'll have to really consider very carefully how to do this, because I'm doing the same grind on my Hunter as well, and you know that due to my upload speed, which is very, very poor, I couldn't really do the Crucible properly, because the enemy has a lot of advantage over me. They can see me much earlier to what I can see them. So I have to work out what to do with this one. We may start with it, because the first section is killing 50 champions even today. But then on the other hand, I'll do some strikes as well. And then we may be looking at Titan. Actually, I'll tell you what we do. What we'll do first of all is we'll have a look at the status on all 3 characters, because I'm quite curious to see what might be the best and the most enjoyable activity for either of them. So without further ado, I'm going to have a look. So we'll go first of all and we'll look at our Titan. We've not been on our Titan for a little while, so that will be indeed very interesting. And now we go to our login. We'll go in, and we are purely going to be looking at the inventory, our quest list, and everything else attached to it. There we are. So this will be my Titan. Just want to see whether we have the best quality kit equipped, which I believe indeed we do. 91. This is 390. Okay. Byronic Hero is 390. So that's all in order, so that's pretty good. And then we'll look at the progress. So the progress in here, we have none are perfect. Talk to Shiro in the Iron Temple. What was the task be? Sepix perfected, okay. Taking champions in battle wreckage. So we can do this, I think. Yeah, that's right, we can do that as well. Show of strength, Arc and Forge victories. Okay, this will be the end game. The corrupted land, these are the patrols. Artifacts of the Unlords, good deeds. Oh, heroic strikes. Okay, we can do heroic strikes in there then with him. Okay. High value targets. So we do have quite a lot to do. I thought we were all done and dusted. Ralph139 is here. Hello Ralph, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining our broadcast. Thank you for being here with us in our community of Destiny World veterans and fans. Presently I'm just looking at the inventory because I'm basically trying to finish off on all 3 characters everything that needs to be completed, and I'm just examining basically all 3 of them to find out what still is left for us to do, and we'll choose something very enjoyable and entertaining for the session today. Okay, so this is what I was doing last time on my Warlock. Hedium Flakes, Kill Taken Champions. Okay, we have 3 of those as well. Okay. So we indeed can do this. Oh, it's piled up as well. I thought it wasn't as big as this. Okay. Ralph is asking me, are you doing any raids today? No, I'm not doing any raids at all. In fact, I've not done any raids at all but one here on my channel. The raids will be happening a lot later, because I want to be completing my characters on 4400, all 3 of them, and then we'll have the raids as the main entertainment here. So that is still sort of in the future, it's not happening at the moment. I'll be doing the strikes and I'll be doing various other things which are character related, but the raids I'm not doing at the moment. Coming soon, for certain. Okay, so let me think very quickly. We have this Titan, and indeed I need to re-equip him as well with weapons, because my weapons are currently on the other character. Okay, so we've seen we do have several things here. Champions is basically the one that we can do both here and on my Warlock. So what we're going to do is we're going to change the character. We'll have a look at the Hunter. Ralph is asking me, do you have Dark Drinker's Sword? No, I don't, and I'm at the moment doing Reforging the Blade quest in order to get it. The trouble I have is my upload speed is very poor. It's only about 1, and that means I can't do PvP on my setup, because for the PvP your upload speed needs to be at least 4 to 6 plus. Otherwise everyone can see it before you can see them, and then there's trouble. It's a non-starter for PvP. And we were doing a bit of the Crucible a few weeks ago, and it's not possible. If you are on the fastest broadband, then you're just stuck, because the ISPs, the providers, they do not want to provide better upload speeds. Even if you're on a very, very fast, very expensive fiber optic, you still get about 4 or 5, when in fact on the continent you'll get the speed about 30 if you're on such fast fiber optic. Upload speed, that is, not the download. So just to make the difference. A lot of people don't realize what the difference is. If you're a broadcaster, you'll know straight away, because your upload speed is your, absolute prerogative, your bread and butter for broadcasting. If your upload speed is poor, then your streams are lagging, and the picture quality is not as good. And most importantly for the gameplay, if you're doing PvP, then you really actually can't compete. You can't do anything in that. You can be an observer, or you can be doing some distractions. You can do something tactical if you're doing it in a team. The other people do the kills. You are basically drawing the enemy towards yourself. But in terms of getting scores, it's a non-starter. The reason for that is stick rate, and you're lagging, you're well behind, and they can see all a lot earlier to what you can see them. In addition to that, as you're lagging, it's easier for them to shoot you. They can just fire anywhere randomly and you'll be getting killed. A lot of people don't know this, you know. A lot of people don't realize that this is what happens if you have such poor upload speed, and they kind of confuse the upload with download speed, which is, you know, a completely different thing. Right, so let me think. We've gone back to our hunter, so we want to see what's happening with him and his progress. Yeah, he does have this. That's the quest you just asked me about. You know, about the dark drinker. And that is the quest that I will have to be doing on somebody else's setup, because it's not going to be particularly good having that sort of poor quality speed, upload speed. That is patrols complete the anomalies can patrol near Archon's Keep. Oh, that's also left on him as well. Okay. Age of Triumph. Crucible bounties from Lord Shax. Energy burst patrols. Champion of the Light. Yeah, basically my hunter don't have that much to do. It's all kind of based on Crucible. And so let me think, what do we do then? I guess we'll start with my Warlock again, because there are a few things which I indeed can do there. One of them is fights with champions. So we'll go back to that. So really, Warlock and Hunter and Titan have a bit more to do than my Warlock. And then my Hunter. Okay, so we'll decide very shortly on what to do next. Back to my Warlock. There he is, you could see. Nicely kitted up, very good weapon. And still got Radiant Light on, which is pretty good. Look at the progress. Oh, we got some bounties in there. Alright. Well, first and foremost, I think what we need to do is we need to go to the tower, as we are having some engrams as well. So we'll go to the tower first of all, and then we'll decide on what to do next. We are. Stand by for a moment, and then proceed to our destination, the tower.
Checking. Searching. Check. Done. Service restored. Checking right now.
There we are. We are back at the tower. And before we proceed, I just have to respond to some of the messages I'm getting from my viewers. So if you bear with me for a few moments, I'll be back very shortly. Then we'll go to Master Rahul, we'll do some decoding, we'll do some admin, and we'll get ready for our future adventures. So just bear with me, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. There we are, my friends, I'm back. Just got caught up a bit with the messages and various things coming in through various forums related to this channel. I mean, first of all, I'm so glad to see that our Saturday is so busy so early. Lots of people are watching the stream on various platforms and also communicating through Twitter and Twitch. So first and foremost, I want to thank some of them publicly for their support. And on Instagram, we've had people supporting the stream and Destiny. And I want to thank Graviton Studio. I want to thank Raphael Seymai, JPEG Obelisk. Let me see. Anna Masons, 8-Bit Talex, Lofa J FPS, Lola Josie, Beamo Gamers, It's Gripen, Camelo JM, Let's Get Ill, Mectio Face, plus Mafia. Then we have Full in Secret, we have Before Gamers, we have, let me see, who else do we have here? Jace the Trumpet, Danix 1304, Gamer in Town, Bluish Flamingo, Beat Talex, Trouble Tuck, Lady Miss Meow, Perfect Locken, Beamer Gamers, Chef Nikolai, and Titus 808 plus Mag. Well, thank you guys for that. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your support. Every single community member is greatly appreciated for supporting both this channel, for supporting Bungie and Destiny, and indeed being really valued community members communicating here on Twitch and elsewhere. So thank you so much for that. And let me just have a look on Twitch. On Twitch we have Twitch. Early in the morning still. Let's have a look at Twitter. Thank you to Jess, thank you to Martinis, Lars Teeny, thank you to Savage, thank you to Diamond Dave, thank you to Terra, and then thank you to Real Talk Gaming, On The Fly, Chrissy, Weasel Base as always, and then we have also Susie, I Stand With Thee, and we have also Kimberly Wolf, we have Negabu, we have Team Godvik, June's Guitar, Weasel Bass, and Gamers Outdoors. So loads of people. I have to say, very, very pleased to see that. Still very, very early in the day. And I can see some people were asking me as to why I talked about Days Gone. Well, Days Gone is the Hideo Kojima reference game, and it's a very, very big game which sort of looks a bit like Metal Gear Solid, with open world and, you know, all the zombies and everything else. And what I want to do was to throw in one of the best Kojima's games, which is Metal Gear Solid 5, to be tied in with this sort of heavily referenced game. If you look at it, you wouldn't think it's Kojima, you know, just the way it is, with the main character looking like Solid Snake and all this. And you know, really, what better way to introduce Kojima's masterpiece, the Phantom Pain, Metal Gear Solid 5, but as a prelude to this other big PlayStation 4 AAA blockbuster. And as you know, the Death Stranding, which we talked about last night, is obviously still in the making, but we are really looking forward to see Mr. Kojima's big new blockbuster coming out, as well as all the other games that are heavily Kojima referenced. So I talked about that game being like Kojima's, but actually it is a Kojima's reference game. Days Gone, coming out on 28th of April. And the character really looks very much like Solid Snake, I have to say. I mean, it's just it's a bit like watching Tarantino's films. You know, you have all these references, yet his film is a completely different entity. Well, I think this game looks exactly the same. And as you know, Hideo Kojima is one of the greatest video gaming creators of all times, and certainly very, very influential, greatly admired and loved by many, many video game developers worldwide. So I'm very excited to see what Days Gone are going to bring us. Right, so we talked a lot, we had a break, and now it's really the time to crack on with action. So no more talking, action will be aplenty.
What are you looking for, Warlock? Oh, interesting choice.
I brought you some interesting finds, sir. Can you please have a look?
Oh, I'll be sorry to see that one go.
Well, questing beast I've never had before, so I'm quite curious to see what this
Nothing's
is.
impenetrable.
It is a weapon.
Hopefully this is close.
Ending robes as well. They're pretty good as well.
Stay safe.
So we have Salicin Fen.
Fair.
Salicin Fen. So let us quickly examine the goodies. 390 this is, 394, 350. Well, to be honest with you, I really like to infuse this one, but I do not have any exotic shards, which is the trouble. Okay, so we'll keep this one in order to infuse, simply for that reason alone, nothing else. We don't really need it because it doesn't have many perks. You know, you'll know the quality of your armor and kit by watching the perks and seeing how many, you know, there will be. As you can see in here, we have quite a few. In fact, on the one which I'm wearing, also there are quite a few perks. And inverse shadow is increased. Is here infusion, second thoughts. So you could see really very good ones. And then let me see. It's 396. We don't really want any of these. Really completely unnecessary. Dismantling them, and then loads of robes. Let me just see. Endling robes, desolate robes. What are these? Okay, they're quite good. Lots of perks as well. So definitely worth keeping. The one I've got at the moment is probably the best. Okay, so this one is 390. We don't need that one. Then we have also the other two. This one is not necessary. And this one again, Salicin Fen, we keep getting a lot, but not really wanted. Yeah, this is full, but Seraph Bond we don't need. And then this Titan's Undying Mind needs to go to the vault, so we need to do this immediately. We don't want to be keeping any of those. Okay. Crucible Champion perk has been enabled. And in here we have also two. Wait a minute, this is 390, this is 396. Okay. So what we're going to do is we'll infuse. And use it immediately with 396. 394, 396. No, hang on. Dismantle for infusion. So that should be 396. It is indeed. Hello, Captain Jack. How are you doing, sir? Good to see you. Very early in the US. Must be what, 5 o'clock? 6 o'clock? Around 6 o'clock? 10 past 6, roughly? 10 past 11 over here in the UK. A beautiful sunny day, proper spring weather, but very cold. Today probably the coldest day we had in a little while. It's almost below zero, you know, on waking for me. Now it's about 2, I think, 2 degrees. Really brisk, but beautiful. I've been out already, went to my shops, and you know, had a sort of short stroll around the local area. Always really good to wake up and to get my head together before doing my early morning broadcasts. Captain Jack says, yeah, so it's 10 past 6. What's the weather like out there? Is it cold? Is it warm? Is it proper spring? Or are you getting some snow as well? Because, you know, with us, the trouble is we get like a bit of a warm weather, and then there comes Easter, and we still can get some snow in certain areas. So hopefully this is not going to be happening here, because having that very cold weather, well, tell you what it is. The trouble is you have really quite warm weather early in the day, and then after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the temperature drops by 15 degrees. Captain Jack says in his area is going to be warm this weekend. At least this is what the weather forecasters would have said. Well, that sounds good. Sounds good. Well, we thought the weekend was going to be quite warm in here, but I have to say, in the last few days, the days were also quite cold. Well, the temperature was around 10, but it was a bit windy, so it felt really very nippy. And at the end of the day, after 4 o'clock, it got very cold. I mean, yesterday night was, you know, really freezing temperatures, really, almost. I welcome Sadie Goose to our community. I can see Sadie Goose is becoming our follower and friend. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Thank you for joining us. and I'm just doing a bit of admin in here, getting rid of the unnecessary bits, and then carrying on. I was just saying early on that, sort of talking to Captain Jack, I was talking about Days Gone, you know, the game which is so heavily Hideo Kojima referenced, and I almost began believing that this was Kojima's game, and actually it isn't, and just looks very much like Kojima's game. I'm very excited to see what the AAA blockbuster is going to be like. And the main character looks so much like Solid Snake, the way he walks, the way he goes around and does everything. Looks like a big open world with everything brought in. Zombies, the enemies, the rednecks, mafia, shady kinds of characters, motorcycle gangs, post-apocalyptic, a bit like in Fallout. Well, I wonder really what is to be happening there. The reason I'm saying this is that my other stream, Metal Gear Solid 5, is tied in to this, because as Days Gone is released on 28th of April, the stream is supporting PlayStation Now services and obviously that sort of release, because anyone who's watching, I think, who's going to be playing Days Gone will feel a bit like they're entering a Tarantino style game, you know, with lots of different references, and references are, I guess, very much directed at Hideo Kojima, because he's sort of one of the most important, one of the best video game creators of all times, and very, very curious to see how this is going to work out. Estin180 says, hello, I'm Sadie Goose. Well, hello. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being our new community member. Really appreciate it. And hopefully you'll be also following us here on Twitch, so you can be receiving all the notifications and the news. And also you can check out my gaming dialogue blog, which is a new project with lots of interesting information and articles on video gaming and everything this channel related. So thank you and welcome. Right, so we've got all the weapons in here. I did get one weapon, and now I forgot what the weapon was called. So let me see. No, I don't think I need any of this. Can get rid of that. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I see it. It's in my primary. Questing Beast. Automatic rifle, 390 attack, 25. Let's look at the perks. Lots of different perks. Estin180 is saying, can you accept my friend request? Certainly, I shall be accepting your friend request. Just bear with me. I'm in the middle of the broadcast, and therefore I usually do that as we go along, so just bear with us for a little while. So let's see what perks it has. It has Icarus, improved accuracy while airborne, so that's quite good. So if you're jumping, you can be using it with great accuracy. Hand loaded. This weapon is effective at an extended range. Oiled frame, faster reload. Wheel of Light, the weapon, deals bonus damage against taken enemies. Persistence, so it really looks like a really good weapon. And also the magazine is of 25, and that's pretty good. So we'll try it shortly. Imago Loop is here 390. This one's also 390, 395. Yeah, that's right. Automatic rifle 395. I was using it quite a lot in my stream a couple of days ago, and okay, so that's all good. Just thinking maybe Estin says, I have Destiny 1 and 40 Warlock. Terrific. Well, as you could see, I have 3 characters. I have Warlock, I have Hunter, and I have Titan. All 3 of them are 40 level, and I'm working my way up to 400 light level as well on all 3 of them. Warlock is doing the best. I have 393 already, and hopefully I'll be able to bring him kind of a notch up today, maybe just by 1 point. The other ones I think was 391, 392. So coming to the very top level of the power that any of our characters indeed can have in Destiny 1. and I have all three, which means I can use them appropriately depending on what missions we are doing and obviously what I want to be doing. It's just basically focused on the entertainment aspect. So let's say if we're in a team and two other guys are Warlock and Hunter, I'll choose my Titan and vice versa. You know, that's the idea. Okay, so that's what it is, and let me see, still...
Always an interesting conversation, Guardian.
Estin, just bear with me, I'll accept you there on my friends. Just bear with me a second. Sadie Goose is your PS4. Do you know that from Friday, the Friday gone, if you want to, you can be changing your PlayStation ID, which was not possible before. It was similar to what Xbox have, and it is possible now. So if you want to be standardizing all of your IDs everywhere, so exactly the same one, you will be able to do that on PlayStation. Okay, I've added you to my friends. And let me just
Too
see.
noisy. You can't hide in the quiet of the archives all your life. A wind age, a wolf age, a presentiment of the
Just double
gods.
checking to make sure that our member is indeed accepted. Yeah, that's right. You are now on my list. You are on my friends. Well, thank you very much for that.
I've never seen
Estin was
anything like
asking,
this.
how did you get
15
the
parables, handwritten
iCloss?
on the
And
page.
Captain Jack says, check the blog post, it's a long quest. That's the Sleeper Stir blog post. I have a very lengthy description there, what one can be doing. And in fact, as Estin is asking me about this, I'll send you the link. So just bear with me a second. You can read it more or less straight away. And similar to, you know, reforging the blade quests, in order to get the Sleeper Simulant, you have to do all these different kinds of things. It's very lengthy, it's a long grind, and if you have a lot of time, you can probably do it in about 3 or 4 days. If not, it's going to take you a week, because you have to be, first of all, going through the loops of completing different secret missions and different tasks, collecting materials, etc., etc. And then at the end, you've got also quite a long grind in order to get to the final level. So just bear with me, I'll send you the article, and you will be able to, you know, to get to know it straight away.
So they say.
Gaming Dialogue blog is a new thing, and I'll be writing articles and various other bits of information which are channel related and games related. I'm currently working on a very lengthy one, which is probably the biggest that's gonna, you know, come up on the blog, and that's the history of Destiny. It's called Destiny Bungie's Masterpiece. Still not finished, but I've got all the videos already on it and the video library as well as the links. Just needs a few final touches, which are going to be completed this weekend. So that's going to be very, very interesting for everyone. And the lengthy article on the history of Destiny is intended to be like a guide that everyone can resort to, be it you know, a newbie or veteran alike, to remind oneself of different sections of Destiny, of what one can be doing. And also, it's a guide that's telling you that Destiny can be approached from different angles. You can play it in very many different ways, and I'm sure it is going to be quite useful to everyone. So let me just see articles.
Russian from the evening of the Golden Age.
And we have here that
Religious text, I think.
article on the Sleeper Stir. So just bear with us, I'll copy this and I'll be forwarding it to you instantly. There we are, there's the article. So I will say for Estin 180.
Oh, the headache again. I swear it's these symbols. I see them in my dreams.
There we are. There's the article. You can have a look.
He's a forger.
Some nice illustrations in there.
Someone is wasting our time.
You know, some advice as well on what one can do, and also what's important, I think Captain Jack quite like that, is my description on what you should not be doing, because I've done it, and therefore, because I've been doing it, it was delaying me quite a bit, you know, and that's been the trouble. So perhaps if you do it, you read the article, you may not be having a week spent on it, maybe you'll do it in a day. But I've done a long stretch, you know, because the trouble was I was doing lots of things that I shouldn't be doing, and I have to tell you that he's actually interfering with my thoughts, Mr. Rahul, Master Rahul. He keeps talking in my ear all the time, and yeah, what I was going to say is the biggest trouble I had with that sleeper stir is on Mars. So just coming back to Estin, if you are going to be doing the entire exercise, then just remember, if you come to Mars, there's a fault in there. There's a glitch on where the warsat is emerging. And if you are going to some of the areas which apparently are allocated for that warsat, the warsat may not be appearing in there. So that was really one of the biggest troubles I've had. And I've spent, I remember, one Saturday a few weeks ago, and it was my usual broadcast of about 6 hours, and it was just entirely spent on waiting for that warsat. And then it emerged after 6 hours, and then I got killed when that warsat was down to 1%. But I was doing it all by myself, didn't have anybody else coming in, and the area is quite desolate. So yeah, have a look at the article. And Estin says that Estin likes my broadcast. Well, thank you. Really appreciate that. Really great. And hope you are going to be joining us frequently. We have quite a selection of Destiny veterans coming here on everyday basis. As you could see, 2 of those valued community members are here with us today. Donzak from Australia, Captain Jack from the US. So if you have any questions related to any ins and outs of Destiny, anything you want to know, anything you want to find out about, perhaps something which is still unknown, ask them right now, and my community members will be able to provide you with the tips and with everything else. Estin is saying, can I join you? At the moment, I'm just considering what to do next, so I'll tell you a bit later whether or not. And Donzak is saying, hello. Hello, sir, how are you doing? And Donzak was asking, do what in a day? And it was just a joke, because the sleeper stir quest can't be done in one day. It's going to be a stretch of at least 3 or 4 days because of all the tasks and everything else. The question was about the sleeper simulant, the quest, and the question was coming from Estin. All right, so let's have a look. I've done this. I need to put that in the vault. There's one thing that I need to put in the vault which belongs to Titans, and it says that requires Titan class store. Yeah, that's right. That's all right. All of this is sorted. And let me see, we need to go Postmaster and get those 2 engrams to see what these are for. 1, 2, back to Master Rahul. And Donzak says the lag is atrocious. Well, I can tell you, sir, that I had a serious problem with PlayStation Network on Thursday. I was doing my broadcast, and coming towards the end was in one of the Seaver strikes. We were fighting, battling Omnigul, and it was very difficult. I don't know why. The moderators, I think there were 5 mods on the strike. It was extremely difficult to neutralize Omnigul, and we were all being killed quite a few times. Other very experienced gamers in the arena as well, in my 3-piece, and they were actually, well, put this way, we're playing for a while, and the fire team membership was changing, but we had really very experienced people coming in, and we just couldn't destroy the Omnigul. It was incredibly difficult. I think because of the modifiers, of course. And then suddenly, out of the blue, everything went dead, and I wanted to obviously come back in and the PlayStation Network didn't work. I couldn't log in to my console. So I don't know whether the problem was in the UK or whether it was something to do with my console, and I couldn't get it back on for about 18 hours. I only got it back on yesterday afternoon, so it was almost the whole day gone without PlayStation Network. And I complained and I said, I reported it basically, but must have been a glitch. So maybe it's affecting you as well. And don't forget, on Saturdays there is a lot of activity, and if there are some issues with the local access, to the service, then there can be a serious lag as well. But generally, I don't get much lag on my streams, when it comes to actually accessing the game and doing it, not just on Destiny, on the other ones as well. It depends on the server, depends on the access, I guess. And Estin's asking, do you like Wrath raid? Well, I've not done any raids. I've done but one, and I'm not doing the raids as yet. The raids will be right at the end, where all of my characters are 4400, and once I've got the team ready for the raids. But that's all kind of coming soon. It's not been done here at all. I've done one raid with a US-based team. They were one player down, so they asked me, and some of them are my regular viewers. So we went through that raid, which was, I think, quite a send, and Estin says, I've got stitches on my tongue. My goodness, what happened? How come? That sounds really, well, sounds very unpleasant. Did you bite your tongue, or
Guardian?
You suffered an accident? Got some way to flight, got some rewards. Oh, there's another engram in there as well. Okay. 2 of them, in fact.
Perhaps a rare relic of the Golden Age.
Something wicked I got, that's good. Something wicked is one of the heavies, I think. Machine gun, rocket launcher. Okay. Lots of perks as well. Oh yeah, I've seen it. Something wicked. I've seen it used. Other people using it. A good rocket launcher as well. But I got Galahorn. Galahorn's better than that. So, we'll keep it on for the time being. Okay. Let me see, what else have I got here? Another one which we do not need. Right, so let me see. What do we do next? We are going to first of all get rid of these bounties we have. Well, we go to the bounty hunter, to the bounty tracker first of all, which is what we do here. There we are, and then we can just tell him, okay, he's got all the bounties in there. We need to make sure that these ones are cached. So 30 arc weapon kills is completed. Up in reputation. We have weapons expert bounty completed. Get 3 rapid kills with any weapon type to earn primary strike, special strike, or heavy strike medals in Siva Crisis Strikes. So I got strikes lead from the front, and that's quite good. It is in one of the books. And then I have heavyweight, get 5 kills within 3 seconds 5 times using a heavy weapon. So I got all the reputation, and then obviously we've got this in the book as well. We'll go to the book and we'll see, where is it? Lead from the front. Right at the end, there it is. Lead from the front, bounty is completed. Donzak says, okay, I have to go for a bit, may come back soon. Sure, just pop in, say hello, and let's see what the activities are going to be. And Donzak's saying to Estin, be good. Always good to see you, sir. Always good to see you. And obviously we look forward to seeing you a bit later on. just, you know, send us a message here so we'll know that you're watching, and then we can obviously talk, and we can bring you in if obviously we are to do something together. There we are, lead from the front. All bounties completed. Complete Vanguard Elite bounties. So I completed all of those, which is terrific. And then team effort. And we have milestones completed. 7 milestones have been completed. In the Age of Triumph record book to unlock this page's emblem. So that's cool. We've got all of this. So as you can see, I'm collecting everything bit by bit. This is looking good. Age of Triumph does have lots of other sections that need completion. But as you carry on playing the game, obviously you eventually get there. And Tonzak says, of course, I'll let you know. Thank you, sir. Very good to see you here. Thank you for being with us today. And we'll catch up a bit later. Estin is saying thank you as well. Okay, so let me see what we are going to do. So, sword reforged, that means major kills 2. Already killed 2 majors in there. We probably can start with that. We'll go to Cosmodrome and then kill all the majors. Okay, so we are going to be making sure that this is tracked. All the other ones are not tracked. We don't need to do anything else. And what I want to do is, I just thought maybe I change his appearance for a little while. Okay, this is 393. Oh, I see. Okay, we'll put this one on, and then we'll infuse with another one. Ending robes and chest armor. No, that's not really particularly good either. No, we're not going to bother because we do want to have the very best. So Estin is asking, can I join? Well, you may be able to join once I proceed with the activity, but haven't really started yet. So just I'll let you know in a moment. I need to see what I'll do next. And we have Accurized Ballistics. Also, I want to tell you, if I bring you in, keep in mind that this is in a public broadcast. It's a family-friendly channel, so whatever we say or do, you know, in the public arena, is both moderated and it is recorded. So it's going to be present on our recordings to the archive on YouTube and Twitch, and that means permanently. So please, you know, keep this in mind, just like everyone else. Anyone who comes to my broadcast and is new is obviously introduced to the fact that this is a family-friendly broadcast. So whatever is said on air has to be kind of tied into the guidelines, i.e., you know, no swear words and nothing said which is not really video gaming related, etc. And okay, so we've got this perk. Let me see. Devil's Dawn Sniper Rifle 396, Accurized Ballistics, and Field Choke, Life Support, Firefly. Okay, these ones still need to be enabled. I think I do have also Bitter Edge and Devil's Dawn 390. This one has, you know, everything. Piercing rounds, Firefly. Put these ones on, just in case we can obviously switch from one to the other if there's a need. But the difference is that this one has 396, which indeed is a lot more powerful. Okay. Estin says, I'm friendly and I'm a YouTuber. No worries, no worries. I have to really say this because unfortunately I do get sometimes people, well, not really coming to my broadcast to, you know, to talk live on air, but frequently here on, well, sometimes on the chat, and they use some words which are inappropriate. And you remember that when you access the chat, you have the kind of the guidelines and the rules in there, and some people just forget about this because the guidelines are basically contract. They're contract between the viewer and the broadcaster. Do you know what I mean? So obviously, as you're a YouTuber, you will be very, very familiar with this, but some people are not, you know. And unfortunately, sometimes with some of the gamers, when they you know, when they're live on air doing something together with me, they can be carried away a bit and they can use some swear words, and so, you know, one of those things really. And okay, so let me see. We are going to go to Cosmodrome, and we are going to be what platform are you on, Estin? What platform do you use for accessing the game? Are you on PS4, Xbox, or PC? All right. I don't see your next on PS4. I was just looking for your user ID. Are you logged in? I don't see you on my list in there. I can see that Ryan and Ender. Ryan is from Northern Ireland and Ender is in Germany. They are currently on. Are you logged in to Destiny? I don't see you, I'm afraid. I can't bring you in. Okay, so we'll have a look at the bounties. We'll take super kills 30.
Updating logs.
Grenade kills 20. And we'll have void weapon kills. Oh, that's not a good idea. I could have done something else, in fact. And we'll bring in that bounty for the mages to be killed. Where are they? Cabal mages ultras defeated, fallen mages ultras defeated. These are the ones.
Updating schedules.
Okay, so we've got this, and then let's have a look at all the other bounties. Okay, that's for soul ability kills. Donzak is back, he says back, but the workaround isn't all that great. Okay. Do Tonzak and Estin want to come in? Do you want to come in, Tonzak? Because what I'll do is I'll do champions in the Cosmodrome. It's on my other character, on my Warlock. And, you know, we were doing that together on my Hunter. But now I'll be doing it on my Warlock. So do you want to come in? I can bring in both Tonzak and Sadie. Just let me know if you're happy, so I can bring you in. So what I'll do is I'll Tonzak says my network is too tied up at the moment. All right, just let me know if for instance you know, it becomes kind of easily accessible later. Then just send us a message and I can bring you in. In fact, what I'll do is I'll do what we've done, you know, the last time. I'll just open the session to the friends, and then you can just stroll in, and then I close it again. And because you remember we had this. Well, I always have a problem when I'm bringing in people from the US, from Australia or New Zealand. So, but we'll do it like this. Just let us know. All right. So what I'll do is I'll bring in Sadie Goose, and then we'll do some of those champions. Okay. So I'm going to be inviting Sadie Goose to the fire team. And also be sending one party chat to Sadie Goose to speak in the party chat, which is going to be making it easier for everyone. Donzak says, thanks for the invite. Sounds good. No worries, no worries. Thank you, sir. Hello. Can you hear me? I sent you a party invite, so if you accept the party invite, then you can speak in the party. I can't really do it otherwise because you've got to be in a party as everything is recorded. So just accept my party invite. I'll send it again because it says that you didn't create a party for some reason. Okay. Okay, so you can just accept the party and then we can talk.
Disruption resolved. Sign here.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Okay, excellent. Excellent. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll go to the Cosmodrome and then we have to kill 50 champions in there in order for that quest to be completed. So that's going to keep us very busy for quite a while. And you're probably... Did you? Alright, but don't worry about it because obviously you'll be playing it together with me, and as you are doing it, you'll be completing that for yourself as well. So it will register automatically, so don't worry. And right, so we will go to orbit, and then we'll go to Cosmodrome, and then we'll crack on. The way it works is, if you've not done it before, is once we come to the Cosmodrome, we'll have like lots of different enemies attacking us, and then we'll have Taken respawning, and they'll respawn about 3 times, and then on the 3rd wave there will be one of the champions amongst them. So in order to defeat the champion, we've got to have the very best weapons, you know, equipped, and we have to sort of do them a bit from the distance. The only trouble is the champion springs up, and it has to be neutralized within a certain number of minutes. I think it's about a couple of minutes or 3 minutes or something. So it's actually timed, and then once they disappear, then we have to wait for another 3 waves of Taken, and then we have to attack the enemy again. So you'll see it. I mean, it's easy to understand once we get there, but it's quite hectic, and there are lots of enemies, so we have to have really the best possible weapons. And therefore I asked also Donzak to join us, because Donzak was doing it together with me several times on other characters, and it's the best done in a fire team of 3. But maybe there'll be some other people there in the Plaguelands, in the Cosmodrome, and they can just join us, you know, people who are there doing the patrols and doing other things. So without further ado, we are... Yeah?
Should I go on to my highest character, which is like 395?
It probably would be the best. What is your Warlock?
348 right now.
Yeah, the weapons are not going to be powerful enough for the enemy. So I can wait for you, it's no problem. If you change your character, I'll bring you back in. And, you know, the party. No, not at all. No problem. Sometimes it has to be adjusted because, you know, the missions are sometimes very difficult. And although they're not labeled as hard or very hard, they indeed can be. And, you know, for the champions and for the big bosses, it's always the most important thing to have the best quality weapon and kit. So just tell me once you've got your new character on, and then I'll bring you in.
Yeah, I'm already logged in.
Okay, no problem. So what we'll do is we'll bring you in.
Yeah, my weapons are 375, 376.
Okay, and what are the weapons that you've got there on the primary and secondary?
Trex Battle 3, it's a rare scout rifle. Hold on.
Okay,
I got the Meditator 64. I got the old Crash SA3. And I got the Legends
okay. So not to worry. What we'll do is we'll go in there and we'll find out whether the weapons are going to be effective. I guess Scout Rifle is going to be good. If you have like a really powerful hand cannon, use it. And if you have any very powerful fusion rifles, also use it, you know, and use them a bit from the distance. You'll see when we get there. We can replay. It's not a big deal because there are lots of champions to be killed, and it's basically a very, very long grind. In order to get the top sword, it's called Reforging the Blade quest. We have to do lots of different things, and it's very, very lengthy. A bit like that Sleeper Simulant. It's a very, very long grind. I can see that Jerry is here. Hello, Jerry. How are you doing? Jerry's saying, good day, Destiny World, to everyone. Good day to you, sir, as well. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining our broadcast. Okay, I'll just bring in, say, the Invite Fire team. Invitation sent. There we are. So you'll be able to come in straight away. And then we'll go and battle the enemy in the Cosmodrome. There. Well, I've not been playing it for that long, you know. There are lots of people who are coming to my channel because they're your true Destiny veterans, people who were with the game literally since its beta test 6 years ago. But I've started playing Destiny about 6 months ago, in September of last year. And Destiny is basically, you know, tied to my broadcasts, so it's the backbone of my channel. The vast majority of the activity here on my channel is Destiny related. And because I broadcast every day Destiny, all the veterans migrated to my channel, and that's just terrific. So if you have any questions, like you don't know what to do with a certain quest or anything which is tricky, like, you know, with weapons or inventory, you can always come in here when these guys are, you know, with us. Like for instance today we have Captain Jack and Tonzak and other people who join in later on. I guess you're in the US, right? And as we progress towards the afternoon, you know, they'll wake up and they'll come in, and it's going to be then you know, easier for people to ask questions, but they will know everything. And I have some community members who know absolutely everything about the game. So anything you want to know, you can just fire away. You can ask them when they're here, and they'll be able to help you. And they're very, very helpful. They're really very, very good guys. We do not tolerate any kind of competitive nonsense. I mean, negatively competitive, where people come in with judgments or offensive comments, and that's just absolutely zero tolerance. And everyone here is really, like, really friendly, supportive, and helping others to learn how to do Destiny to the best of their abilities. Because, as you know, Destiny is a very big game, and there are lots of ways in which you can engage the enemy and play the characters, and we are all here to learn. All right, so Cosmodrome is the next port of call for us, and there we are. Patrol the Cosmodrome, off we go, stand by, and then proceed to the destination. Yeah, I'm also saying hello to Jerry. Very good to see you here today. I'm very glad to see that you're joining our Destiny world, and the Destiny world is massive, and it's constantly growing as well. Both Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. Yeah. Oh really? So you've been with it for a while? For about 5 years, roughly? Well, you know, Destiny was basically the next big AAA blockbuster to come out of Bungie. And Bungie is this development company, the video game developer that produced Halo. And Halo was in operation for 10 or 11 years before they released Destiny, and they wanted Destiny to be like an organic extension of Halo. And like I said, all of your family probably played Halo as well, and you know, it's just it's a similar sort of community, it's a similar sort of game, although Destiny is a lot more complex and more expansive. And you will get people who are Destiny community members, and they'll carry on playing the game for very, very long while, you know, for many years, not just like a couple of months, but they'll play like for 10 plus years. And what's particularly good is that Destiny 2 is now offering the expansive seasons, and then it's a kind of a world which is constantly evolving and growing. So once you join the Destiny world, the Destiny community, and once you create your own community, you'll be there for a long while. Alright, so what we can do is we can start flying to our destination. I'll lead you there. If you jump on Sparrow, we'll go there slowly but surely. Don't have to worry about these enemies because we don't really want anything from them. We just have to go to our destination, and the champions are going to be there. One of the champions is extremely difficult to kill, and I'll tell you once we get there which one it is, you know? He is springing up near the war set, and he is dreadful. And I was not... Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's a raid, you know, and the raids are the most difficult section of Destiny. But some of the enemies that you get in some of those kind of champion quests are equally difficult. And they've done this in purpose, because all the other champions you can neutralize with kind of good quality weapons, but for that champion you really need to have either the Dark Drinker or Sleeper Simulant. So, you know, real trouble. There we are. Let me see. Okay, you got your Hunter on, so it's quite good because we're obviously combining two different characters, and maybe we'll get another Titan in there as well, you know? Well, basically the teams in Destiny work the best if they are a three-piece made of, you know, completely different characters, meaning all three are in a team. And that really works beautifully because obviously you have different skills and, you know, the special abilities, and they can use them appropriately. I mean, have you played Anthem at all? The new game, Anthem. Well, Anthem is similar, as they have a fire team of 4, and you wear like different suits. So each character has a different suit, and each suit will have different abilities. So one can really strategize and, you know, do different things. And Jerry says, I find this grind to be very difficult, but also very entertaining. I agree, Jerry. I agree, because I'm doing the same grind on my Hunter as well. And initially, it's a 2-tier grind. You have to kill 50 champions first, and then you have to go to the Crucible and you use your sword on 25 Guardian kills. And as I have really very poor upload speed on my internet, I can't really complete that on my setup, so I have to do it in someone else's setup. But as you said, the actual grind is very, very lengthy. And doing the champions in a team of 3 is the best because one can do them obviously a bit faster. But doing it in the Crucible is very lengthy. And Tonzak says, I like doing 2 popping, 3 of coins, and getting exotics out of it. That's right. I think I've got my 3 coins already. I'll double check once we get out. Yep. We neutralized all of those. You did, yeah? Well, Destiny 2 is a very, very good game, but it's quite different to this one. And I guess considering that this game's been around for about 6 years and Destiny 2 is still evolving, is of no surprise, you know. But a lot of people complained about Destiny 2 that it didn't really live up to its potential and that the story wasn't as good and, you know, all sorts. But as they introduced the seasons, then that kind of Destiny 2 Forsaken is basically taking a different shape, and I think the game is going to get much better as we go along, with lots of different quests and missions and raids and everything. And it's the new thing in the video game industry, you know. It is all about a big world, a big open world, which is continuously evolving. So, you know, I quite like Destiny 2, you know. I didn't have any problems. No. They are working on Destiny 3, but you know, the 3rd installment will probably be launched a number of years after Destiny 2. There's still, I mean, the priority for the company is the seasons, and that's brand new. That's been sort of going on for what, less than 6 months. So they are going to be certainly engaging the season for at least extra 2 years. And they might be creating Destiny 3. The game might be finished, but there's a big question on its actual release date. The release date might be, in about 3 years' time or something, you know? 5 years in between all the games. That's the idea. 4. It's almost certainly, you know, true what you heard, because they'll be using a different engine, and everything is developing all the time. And also they'll be listening to the community members and thinking, what is it that the people want? Because they could see what people wanted for Destiny 1, and they could see basically what they didn't want in Destiny 2. So, you know, it does take a bit of time. With Halo was, I wouldn't say a while, and the most important thing is that you want to keep your community together. You want your community members to be there, engaging with the game, making new friendships, making new bonds, communicating, coming to Twitch channels as well. Don't forget, Twitch channels are quite new. They were not around when people doing, you know, originally Destiny 1 as much, or particularly Halo. And Twitch is a brilliant way of connecting people worldwide, you know, to do gaming. And yeah. Well, if you got, I mean, how do I put it? Twitch is catering for lots of new games. So if you are, for instance, playing Apex or Fortnite or Call of Duty, you will find that there are lots and lots of people both streaming and viewing. But for the big games of the past, the games which are not as new, you will not get that many viewers or streamers, but still the same community will be coming there. You know, the games like Far Cry or Fallout or God of War. Anytime you stream something on those channels, you will get quite a few people coming in and having a look. No. These are just the first few. We'll have 3 waves of those, you know, coming in. And then at the end, you'll have the champions, and they're very big. You'll be able to tell straight away. They're yellow bar enemies, but massive. They're basically called champions because they're bigger than anyone else and harder to kill. Let's have a look. The community members were writing a few things here. Donzak says, Destiny 2 has broken lots of things. Factions are a broken event now. No SLRs. Some Crucible events are taking ages to arrive. Lots of things, but there are some things I actually like about Destiny 2, particularly public events and lost sectors. And Jerry says, I'm looking forward to using Google Stadia when it comes out. Absolutely. All these new things introduced, we're always very, very excited about, you know, everything new. In fact, I'm running my PS9 season as we speak. Introducing, or I should say, I am broadcasting Metal Gear Solid 5 in order to introduce that great service to all of my community members and indeed all the other Twitch viewers. A lot of people are not subscribed to, you know, streaming services for gaming, and I think that is basically the best thing around. It is a kind of thing that's going to completely overtake in due course. It's the best to have your subscription to both PlayStation Now services as well as your Game Pass on Microsoft, and then you can access everything. Well, not everything, but, you know, lots of different games. If you follow me, we can go up here because they're also spawning up here, and then we can just run towards the section when we see them. Okay. And also down there. To which one? I just hold on a sec, I couldn't actually hear you because of... Oh, there's the champion. No, I'm wrong. We need to really... Is he? Yes, he is, yeah, he is here. I got killed. The champion is the big one. I'm using the most powerful weapon on him, the Sleeper Simulant, because that's gonna kill him, but just keep firing at him, and I'll use my Sleeper Simulant from the distance. Ah, they killed me again. Where's the big one? Where's he gone? I don't see him. Oh, there he is. Okay, he's just about to be dead. Did you get him? Is he dead? Let me see. No, we didn't kill him. He disappeared. No, he disappeared. He had less than 1% life left. But we weren't fast enough and he disappeared. You can see that. Well, I fired my sleeper simulant probably about 4 or 5 times in him. He did take significant damage. But then at the end, the other captains were chasing me. I couldn't get to him. And it doesn't matter. We'll get another one. Because I need to destroy 50 of those. So you could see it's going to take a little while. And then what I'll do is, instead of using my sleeper, I'll put my sword on. Yeah, save all of your exotics always. And keep some of them in the vault. Because they're very hard to find. And even if you have some spares, you may be able to use them for dismantling in order to get exotic shards, you know? You always have to have some exotic shards for increasing the power of your other weapons. And you get exotic shards either by dismantling exotics, which is not recommended, or you have to wait for a weekend to arrive and then you'll buy them off Zer. Zer will have exotic shards, you can buy them off him. And that's probably the best way. So Zer is basically available Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And he's always kind of hiding somewhere, usually in either the tower or at the reef. In fact, yeah, that's right. The best way of finding out where he is on Twitter. You go on Twitter and put hashtag Zer, and you will have messages on the search indicating where he is, you know, instead of looking for him. Because if you look for him by yourself, it's going to take you forever. Or if you're playing with somebody. You know, if you have somebody who is like doing it or doing it for many hours a day, like somebody who's your community member, they might know where he is. But obviously the best way of doing it is simply check it online. Otherwise you'll be just looking for a long mile, and he's usually well hidden. I think in Destiny 2 he's sort of harder to find than in Destiny 1 from what I gathered so far. So basically the way this works is, as soon as we hear that they can start respawning, we have to run towards them. Because there are 3 waves, and then on the 3rd wave they will get those champions. And usually the first couple of efforts are not successful, then later we all get a bit faster and more accurate, you know? That's the idea. It's a real shame that we didn't neutralize him, because there were 3 of us, and he was down to 1%. If anyone wants to use a sword on him at the end, he probably would have died instantly. But he was you know, he was hiding as well. Couldn't get him with my sleeper. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, these games like Destiny 1 and 2, they're all about the loot and grinding certain missions in order to get weapons. So what they've done is when you come to the end or towards the end of the actual kind of gameplay, then you're approaching those difficult quests, and these quests are giving you the best possible weapons, the best sword, the best fusion rifle, the best automatic, and you know, that sort of thing. And I guess most people go for the swords first, then for fusion rifles, and then for rocket launchers. So those do take a long while. So if anybody gets them, you know, it's been after a long grind. In fact, Captain Jack is here with us today. He's one of our valued American community members, and he's been grinding for months and months in Destiny 2 in order to get certain results. I think he said for one of the weapons he was grinding a couple of months, bit by bit, you know. It's just the way the game's construed. They want people to be doing it for a long while. I'm not particularly that keen on extremely long grinds. I think it can become a chore, can be off-putting to some of the gamers. Not everybody wants to do it like that, you know. And you will have massive advantage once you have those weapons. Because I've done my Warlock from scratch, and then, you know, I'd have community members coming in with Dark Drinker and Sleeper Simulant, and they're resolving all enemies in seconds, and I'm like really struggling, not strong enough to really contest them. So there's a benefit at the end, which is that massive weapon. So what weapon do you want to get, like your favorite? Oh,
you see that?
So let's go to that Warsat. But I have to tell you, this Warsat will give us the most difficult champion in here. He's incredibly difficult. And
Hang on, we might have a problem.
we would need to have like top swords in order to break his shield. Before we break his shield, he's immune. But you know what? There are 4 people in here.
Great.
So
Let's
one of
do
them
this.
might be having a... You can see that we have some messages coming in, and Donzak is saying, I'm going to wait and see strategy. I'll respond to the messages in a second, guys, because the firefight obviously demands my presence. I have to refocus on this at the moment. I'll be with you in a moment. And Donzak is saying, obviously, note the shield type, because depending on the type of that shield, there needs to be a proper weapon. But I think the other guys there, the other 2 guys who are not in the fire team and they joined us, they might have really very good weapons. We'll see. Tonzak says you need a sword that matches the shield type, and he thinks it's going to be like an arc weapon, an arc type. Well, at the moment, the best I have is my Young Bull's Howl. The weapon is quite good, but I don't think it's going to work on the champion. Just hoping that the other guys will have some of those weapons. There he is. He's there already. Is he killed? He's killed. Well, that's terrific. My sword actually did work.
Don't give up.
My sword did work.
Great work.
Because I was using it from, you know, very close proximity, and that was quite good. Well, it's hard to tell. My Destiny veteran friends probably will be able to help you better than myself. Because legendaries, you get lots of different weapons, but at the end it's all about exotics. It's the top exotic weapons. Dark Drinker sword, then there's another one also at the top sword, because each one of them will have like different abilities, you know. 3 swords are there, which can be obviously acquired at the end, and then you'll have the same for all the other weapons. Regarding what? What happens on the 24th? Oh yeah. But is there something like game related? You can pick up some spin metal in here as well. And if you follow me, there are some other leaves on the other side as well. You basically collect all those materials in order to enable perks on the weapons, you know? When you open a weapon, you have those perks, and they're like your experience of the weapon. If you want the weapon to be most powerful, then I'll show you. Just hold on a second, I didn't pick this up. If you stay here for a moment, I'll show you on my stream. Let's say you go to you know, the sword, and there are all these perks, right? And the perks have to be enabled. So by collecting materials, you are then able to enable those perks once they're unlocked. And let's say you pick up a new weapon. Let's say I'll show you. I picked up that other weapon early on, this one, yeah, and that will be Questing Beast. So when you open it, you can see no perks have been unlocked. So they will be getting unlocked as you progress and as you fight the enemies. But if you want to have a shortcut, you can use your Mote of Light. So you just go to your inventory. You know what I mean? You go to your inventory, you have Mote of Light, which is this one, and then you keep using it to unlock all the perks on your currently equipped kit. So not just on this one weapon, but on everything you've got currently equipped. So make sure if you're using a Mote of Light, you're putting on all the other weapons that still need, you know, perks to be unlocked. And then by doing this, you will get everything unlocked. So that's your shortcut. And basically, you'll probably need anything between 15 and 30 Motes of Light in order to unlock all the perks on a particular weapon. You follow me? So for when you collect all those materials, like for instance relic iron, helium filaments, then you have spin metal, then you have worm spore, each one of those will be used once you open a weapon. Let's see, we'll open a weapon in here that is brand new, like this one, and you click on it. It's not unlocked now, but when it's unlocked, you click on it and then it is enabled, right? You can see it says weapon parts, relic iron. On another weapon, you will have spin metal, for instance, right? In here you have spirit bloom. So it depends on the weapon, you know. So the materials are used automatically. You just have to be always collecting them. You always have them in a very, very large supply in your inventory. More the merrier, so to speak. That's the idea. Put my weapon back on.
I have the Ace of Spades quest, so I'm on the one after dismantle their legendary sniper rifles, and I can't even get the 10th one. I've been on it for very long.
Which one is this?
It's for the Ace of Spades.
Okay, and what's the quest called?
Back in the 7th.
Okay, we'll have a look at that a bit later on, and maybe I can, you know, after we've done a few champions here, we can perhaps go and revisit, and then we can complete it, and we can come back. Do you know what I mean? So I can exit like this particular section of the game, and I can obviously go to yours. But just give us a minute. I have quite a few messages coming in from my community members, so I need to see what people are saying. Just bear with me. And I could see that Tonzak was saying that he was not that happy with public events and lost sectors in Destiny 2. And Jerry says, I'm looking forward to using Google Stadia when it comes out. Tonzak says, I'm going to wait and see. And Jerry says, I believe the champions have a time limit. That is indeed correct, sir. They have a very, very kind of short time limit. They have to be killed within, I think it's a couple of minutes, or even 3 minutes for the ones we are after, the taken ones. And Tonzak says, I don't have any Google equipment to try it out with. Tonzak says, yes, champions need to be defeated in 2 minutes. I beg your pardon, so it's not 3 minutes, it's 2 minutes. It seems very short either way. And Tonzak says, no, not me, too much of a grind, I'd rather do something else. And Tonzak says, no, the shield type. And then Tonzak says, done and dusted. Well, I was very pleased to have been able to kill the big boss with my Young Bull's Howl, and he was very, very kind of remote and static. You've seen probably, I was hitting him and he didn't go anywhere, so I cornered him near the war set, which was quite good. Otherwise, he'd have more space for that axe, you know, to hit me with. And so that worked. And Tonzak is asking, is this a quest about any 50 champions? Yes, it is. It's basically reforging the blade quest on my other character. We were doing it on my hunter previously, and now I'm doing it on the warlock. So it's exactly the same, and the second tier is with the crucible. And Tonzak says, by the way, I have my spin metal materials for my arc sword, did it over the last week. Terrific. Well, coming back to what Tonzak said, spin metal can be used for the arc sword, and that is obviously very, very useful for some of that heavy duty combat. So each bit of, you know, each lot of materials will be used for different weapons, and the idea is you collect as many of those as possible whenever you see them. And I'm not sure whether you've seen, you know, with your ghosts, when you go to your ghost and you have, like, some of them will have either seeds detector or spirit bloom sensor. So once you've got these perks enabled and you're let's say going to any of those patrolling areas, the ghost will be telling you where that particular material is, so it is going to be easier to find. And on your hunter you have a tracker, and once you enable this tracker, do you have that one on your hunter, which is telling you where the chests are and where the materials are? Yeah, that's really cool. Okay, so let's get back into the battle. You see, the trick with the broadcasting is that when you have a busy broadcast, it's all about the community, as well as gaming, obviously. But lots of things happen at the same time if you're in sort of fierce firefights. And this indeed is exactly that. So you played the game for about 4 years, right? Three or 4,000 hours in the game plus, and they know everything. One of our community members from Finland, he confirmed the other day that he spent more than 3,500 hours on Destiny 1. And Matthias, who's in the US, he spent, I think, 2,700 hours. And they know everything, you know, really. You want to ask, well, it's over many years, you know. They obviously were doing it for 5-6 years, so it wasn't like in a shorter period of time, but still, this is like really many hours. Yeah, when you have taken respawning, then we just have to run towards that area, and we have to eliminate them as quickly as possible in order to get the third wave and, you know, the champions to come in. You're using your scout rifle. Yeah, scout rifle is very, very good. It's just a bit slow for some of the enemies. obviously depending on the rifle, depending on the perks. Okay. Of course. Is it affecting your speech as well? Must have been very painful. Yeah. I know. Yeah. Well, that's the trouble in the US. Everything costs when it comes to medical insurance. We don't have that in the UK, you know. We have national health. Is that him? No, he'll appear with lots of different lieutenants. There'll be about 3 lieutenants protecting him, and you know. Just wasted my super now. He was already gone. There's a slight lag in there as well. No, they didn't spring up as yet. Or is that him? Yeah. Got killed quickly, but I'll be able to do him with my sword. These annoying captains are coming to his rescue. Heavy weapon, where is it? Just have to get to him with my sword as quickly as possible.
Guardian down.
Because I have to really hit him as hard as possible, as quickly as possible, you know? He'll disappear otherwise. Where is he now? Down there. He is resisting. Maybe I'd be better off with my sleeper simulant, you know, put sleep on. They killed me so fast. No, he's not taking much damage. This one, the big one. they disappeared. Because these champions, 3 of them, are very, very difficult to kill. And they're not like the other mages, do you know what I mean? Because we get lots of other mages in there coming in, but these champions are very, very difficult. And I think I have to be using my sword, I mean, because my sleeper didn't work too well. So I'll put my sword on. My sleeper wasn't causing him much damage at all. So basically we just have to be running between those, you know, 2 posts. This one and the other one. And then wait until they can start respawning. It's really funny because I managed to destroy the most difficult champion here in this arena, while the second one, the one we were attacking just a moment ago, was resisting. You know, really difficult. Really hard to kill. It's really weird, I don't know why. 12:30. No, midday. What time is it over there with you? 4:29. You were up all night. So that's quite late. Yeah? Yeah. Generally... Alright. So you're not that tired then. But I generally don't like playing games late at night because they keep me awake, you know? I like doing them early in the day, and then in the evening I like reading and maybe watching something, some documentaries or films. I mean, it depends on the game, you know? If you're playing like an RPG adventure game, it's alright, but if you're doing anything which is adrenaline based, then they definitely keep you awake. In fact, I can tell you that I broke my record with Apex Legends. I was promoting Apex Legends during the first week of its release, and I've had a stream which was lasting 34 hours and 45 minutes non-stop. Didn't even realize the time went by, and I said never ever will I do this again. Can you imagine doing it for 34 hours? Obviously I had breaks and everything, but it was a continuous stream. And the time just flew by. I had lots of good teams coming on board. We played on stretches for about 6 hours, and you know, I didn't even realize. And in fact, I went to bed, and then on the following day, I looked at my stats on Twitch, and it said 34 hours 45 minutes, and I said, hang on a minute, that must be like a mistake. And it wasn't. It was exactly what happened. It was during the first week, I think, on the 3rd or 4th day of Apex. You played Apex. Apex is like a really your kind of online gaming sensation. They broke all records of all times. About 50 million people doing the game after 3 weeks. Tonzak says, if you... yeah. It's a very difficult one though. Apex is, you know, like a battle royale. You play against other guys, and you know, it's really... And also, in order to do PvP, when you're playing against other people, like the Crucible here or Battle Royale, you've got to have the fastest possible upload speed. Because what happens is, if it's like poor, or not as good, then the other people can see you fast, and you stand no chance. So it's a bit tricky on the technical front. Not just Apex, all the other PvP games with the Call of Duty, you know, and Battle Royale and all of those. You have to have fiber optic, and you have to obviously be on upload speed, which is exceeding maybe 6 or 7. Otherwise the tick rate's poor, and you know, problem with tick registration, with all sorts. And a lot of people think, well, we are just not good enough, but actually it's not that. Let me see what okay. Just let me know when you want to come back in later on, because I'll have to I just said that do you want me to re-invite you later on, or will you let me know when you come back? Because, you know, this is really very lengthy. This is gonna take a little while. Okay, so let me see what Tonzak says. If you have a range, hang on, can't do several things at once. I'll look at the message in a second, just bear with us. Loads of enemies attacking. How is it being respawned in there? Very quickly I need to get to him. Where's my super? Where's my heavy? Okay. Quickly get him there, because that champion will get away. Okay, I've done 11 already, so that's not too bad. The mages are not just the champions. And they've gone now. They managed to get rid of the big one. I apologise for not being able to respond to messages, but there's a lot of activity in here, and just simply this has been a bit relentless. I'll have a look at it straight away now. Go away from that. Wait for a little while. And Tansic says, if you have ranged a heavy weapon, use that instead because you need to stay alive. And that steals time from you. The Taken are supposed to be superior beings according to law. Oryx gave them additional abilities. There's a champion in this event. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Because basically what we are getting is 3 waves of champions, and I think the reason, I'm not sure what the reason is. I had completed this already on my Warlock. I killed all of those, but maybe because our teammate has not had the quest given, it may be that it's sort of springing up because of that. I'm not sure. But it's still quite exciting and entertaining to watch. As you can see, it's fairly relentless. Lots of enemies coming in, and you know, it's good to engage with this. It's one of those long grinds that I quite like compared to the ones where hardly anything happens, or when you have like repetitive situation happening again and again, and that's not the case here because there's quite a variety of champions and all sorts. Wait a minute. I'm quite happy with this. Just for the benefit of our viewers, basically what I'm doing is the Forging the Blade quest, and what that means is I have to be neutralizing 50 champions here and then grinding the Crucible in order to get 25 Guardian kills with my sword, and that's fairly lengthy. Takes a long while, as everyone will tell you. We had so many taken because these were events champions related. One champions were neutralized, but unfortunately the other one we did not. But then you know what? What I need to do is I need to see whether I put my 3 of coins in there. There's 15 of those. Okay, so we have this exotic particles grants a chance to receive an exotic engram on the next ultra kill or crucible match completion. So remember to put this one in, as we are to be attempting to defeat the champions. Can get some exotic engrams once the big ones are defeated, and it will last as long as we are not succeeding. Once we succeed, then we need another. As I said, there is a champion in this event and enemies move against each other. That's why the entire activity feels relentless. And at the moment we are not having it, but you know, it comes in waves, and then all of those factions are fighting one another and we get lots of respawns. But at the moment it's gone quiet. Not sure why. Time for me to have a biscuit, cup of tea. Another thing that I did not mention today, and that is to do with TwitchCon Europe. TwitchCon Europe is starting today. It already kicked off earlier in the day. Several of my friends and colleagues who reside on a continent have gone there. It's taking place in Berlin, and it will be a wonderful event for everyone who's a broadcaster, affiliate, partner, or indeed a Twitch fan. So you can, unless you're obviously in Berlin attending the event, you can just access twitch.com and then access TwitchCon streams, many of which are following all of the activities, and even better, they will be all on YouTube later on, so you'll be able to learn from, you know, some of those presentations. And I think it will be a wonderful weekend of activities, meetings, networking, and everything we want to see. New bonds, new friendships, and those will stay for life. Once again, TwitchCon Europe had started today, and it is being streamed live on Twitch, so for anyone interested you can just watch those as well, or indeed if you want to be learning a bit more about it and watch some of the presentations, then just wait for their separate streams or their YouTube archive. You can learn everything from those presentations. I have to say, it is so extraordinary that today we don't have to travel to certain locations. We can just, you know, get everything recorded and then learn. In my youth this was not possible. If I wanted to see anything, I have to be traveling to that particular city and then attend those events. Because guess what? It's not possible otherwise. There's no possibility for them to be recorded cheaply and then accessed from wherever you are, which is what we have today. And people don't learn to appreciate this, you know. It's really easily forgotten. Basically like myself, I'm in London, UK, I haven't gone to Berlin for the event, and I could just watch everything from here. And even if I'm not watching it live, just watch all of those recordings of the presentations, the streams, fully archived on Twitch and YouTube, and learn from those. So that's really actually amazing. On the other hand, indeed, if you're present at such events, then you know you can meet some of your streamers in real life. You can make new friendships and bonds. You can talk to your new friends. You can stream live. You can broadcast the entire event through your phone. And in fact, one of my online contacts is doing exactly that. They've gone there and they're walking around and just streaming everything they see. Orchid Travels is the channel, so you can have a look. Orchid Channels. Okay, I'm still here. I did manage to neutralize some of the mages, but I had no champions springing up. It was a bit quiet for a little while. No, don't worry. You get champions when all the factions are fighting one another. Then it gets very hectic, that too many enemies appearing at once. Have you? My channel is streamed on Twitch, and then I have also restream, so it goes to about 20 different channels, platforms. So I never know really who's watching. I can see who's watching on Twitch. I can't tell you who's watching on Twitter, Periscope, or YouTube, or anywhere else. You know, it's just done automatically. It's like a software you use. But the vast majority of people coming here are either your Destiny veterans or your video gaming veterans, because this is a bit of a, you know, it's a more serious channel dedicated to video gaming and the industry. And really, the quality content here is very, very high. By that I mean people who are contributing are always providing us with some very valuable information and knowledge on everything video games related. I mean, yeah, just consider that 3 people together that played like 3,000 hours plus on Destiny, and you know, they will have like 12,000 hours of Destiny gameplay amongst them. So they know everything about this game. Everything, you know, whatever one wants to know. And it's so easy to learn, because everything I learned about Destiny was through my community. When I started the game, I knew nothing about it. Nothing at all. Well, obviously I knew, you know, the... how to put it? I knew everything which was kind of game release related and all that, but in terms of the actual gameplay, I knew nothing. I learned everything from my community members. They taught me everything. And they frequently come in, so we do some games together. Sometimes they get frustrated because I'm... yeah, you can. Yeah. I need to go to the tower as well because of the stuff I collected. So we'll go to the tower and then we'll come back. Oh yeah? Tonzak is here, watching, saying, I'm still here, by the way. Well, we know that, sir. We've not forgotten. You've given us some really good tips early on about the shields. Although I have just one major sword, which I can use. Done exactly that. What I find peculiar is that the most difficult champion in the arena was defeated by me right at the beginning, after I used that, you know, Young Bull's Howl sword. But the other champions were harder to kill. Why was that? Do you know? Why is that the other champions were harder to kill than the most difficult one? I don't think they were really... I mean, they must have been shielded as well, but one of them sprang up twice in that valley, and my sword wasn't causing him that much damage. It did cause a bit, but not a great deal. Do you know what that is? Because usually the one springing up near the Warsat is the hardest to kill. Donzak says, I think your Arc Legendary swords would be best there. Well, what I have on my Warlock is just the Young Bull's Howl, and, you know, you think that one would be better. 389. We can try it. We'll see. Tonzak says it's just the boss. It is, yeah. Well, it's the main champion that was obviously causing trouble, but otherwise the rest of them are easily resolved. What legendary purple class sword have you got? Tonzak is asking. Well, it is the one I picked up from Lord Shax, and that is Arc Edge. That's the one that I need to be upgrading. And I was using my Young Wolf's Howl. So we'll use the Arc Edge just to test and to see whether, yeah, that all is going to work. It's possible that Arc Edge is going to work better on the biggest champions, because it is really tied into the quest as well. The effective, and I was getting the kills as well. You know, 14 so far on the sword.
Full of rocks?
So either way it works.
Books for the Titans. Too heavy.
But I'll try the Arc Edge. I think you're right. Arc Edge might be the better sword for this mission.
Not enough time.
And Tonzak says 389 against 391. Not much different in power level. Should be enough. Well, let's try. Let's try and see. Let's see what happens.
Disruption resolved.
We have Legendary Engram, Vanguard Edge. Let me see. To pick this up as well. I think one of those I can put in the vault and then I'll pick it up. The last one I didn't like all that much. This one, Omen of the Dead. This one is, and then maybe we'll put Dragoon as well. Leave these ones up and running. No, actually, there's another one I can put in. Just remembered, and that is, oh no, Crotus Send will keep. Let's pick it up and then go to Master Hall.
Sign here.
And that will be our Vanguard's Edge.
Done.
In fact, we'll change the current emblem to... You did? Okay. Put Crotus End.
Have a splendid day.
Okay. That's good. But let's just see whether you have any weapons that can be infused. Because if you infuse weapons, then you might be able to... You know how to do that? You just increase the power level as well. Yeah? Just have a look. Because if you have any blue weapons of, let's say, 375, 376, maybe 380 level, you can infuse that with your legendaries. And then they will go up, you know, in light. Therefore you'll be more powerful.
The Guardian who stared Oryx in the face.
Oh, lots of engrams. Let's have a look. What did I get?
Handful of those left in the world.
Besosis. Strange coin.
Oh, I pity your enemy.
Chaotic neutral. Again, got two chaotic neutrals. Something wicked. Silicon Fen, Lantern Bond, and Barkham Dune 1. Alright, so let's see how powerful these ones are. Silicon Fen, we have 385, we don't really want this. And then we have Barkham Dune 1. I think I have Barkham Dune. Yeah, don't really need it. So we'll take some legendary marks for this one. We have Endling Robes, even 2 of those. We don't want that either. So what else is there? Rakuizumi. 385, we don't want that either. Any more on... Oh yeah. Chaotic Neutral Machine Gun. And something wicked rocket launcher. I don't really need either of those 2. Oh, I have even 2 of those. Okay. So keep this one on. Something wicked we can put in the vault. Arc sword. sources out, and then we have on my primary. Okay, 393 so far.
I should get back to my studies.
See whether I got any bounties filled. Approach.
Yes, Guardian.
No, actually I didn't. Okay.
Exchange.
You ready? You want to go back?
Transmissions to the reef resuming shortly.
Are there any characters you need to talk to? Zavala or Ikora, anyone else?
3 hours up again. Not enough time.
But then I might be able to push that. Is Crucible easy? Because I've been in Crucible on this one.
That noise.
No, the Crucible is PvP. You have to get you're sort of playing against other people. You're not playing against the environment. So it's one of the most difficult parts of Destiny. It's very difficult. And you're constantly playing against the other guys. It's like death matches, and they rotate basically in different environments. And the Crucible will get you some extra loot, some better weapons, but you need to have really very, very fast internet with fast upload speed to be able to compete with these guys. Do you know what your upload speed is on the internet?
Yeah, it's good.
It's good. Okay. Well then, obviously,
Yeah, I picked up bounties from the bounty guy.
okay. The best bounties there are, for the missions we were doing, that will give you some taken kills, some champion kills, some certain weapon kills, that sort of thing. And then, because we have so many enemies attacking us, they'll get kind of completed very quickly, and we can come back and, collect other ones. Right, tell me when you're ready, so we can go back.
I'm just making sure I'm not missing.
Sure. Well, it does take a bit of time, really, doing the admin here. When my head is glowing, we have that like a blue glow around my head. That means I completed the Nightfall Strike, the weekly Nightfall Strike. The way I run Crucible events is to have 2 fire teams of players who are willing to work with each other to achieve the bounties with the minimum effort. Otherwise, it's going to be a hard slog. Completely agree, sir. And just to reiterate, the best way of doing the Crucible is similar to any other PvP. So it's no difference. Having your own crew, having your own clan, your own team, which is tactical, and the clan that can be strategizing. Because when you know what your guys are doing, then obviously it works. When you are doing random matchmaking, that hardly works unless you come across people who are very experienced, talk on audio comms, and want to be doing a tactical effort. It does happen. I mean, on Apex and Call of Duty and Rainbow Six, I did have people coming in through random matchmaking. They became my community members, and we bonded, became very good friends. We did amazing things, but that is like not happening as frequently. Most of the times there will be all sorts of people coming in, and it is a long grind, and sometimes can be frustrating. Maybe less so in the Crucible, but for Apex or for other tactical shooters like Rainbow Six, people will come in who are doing exactly what they shouldn't be doing. Therefore, they're hampering the effort of the team. And it's not to do with the quality weapons they have or anything like this. You might have seen that in the Division as well. It's just that they're doing the wrong thing. Instead of being a team player, they want to do the solo effort, and it never works. You come in a tactical shooter, which is based on teamwork, and simply any kind of soloist will find their own early death instantly. We had a lot of fun really with the Division. I've had a 1 week or couple of weeks of the Division here on my channel prior to the sequel's release, and we had absolutely amazing time really, and the teams were really good. People who came in on random matchmaking were really tactical and really experienced, and we created our own squads, played them almost every day, and you know, it was very enjoyable. So this isn't a rule, but it's just the law of the probabilities. If you have your own clan, your own crew, your own tactical team, it will always work better. I've had a team on Apex as well. In fact, not one, but half dozen. And any time we were doing it together, it was easier. But just like you said, doing it in a randomly selected team, it's always going to be quite difficult. Taking a while, because the bounties are quite tricky. You need to collect lots of scores, and you know, it's one of those things. So I absolutely agree. Anthem is the same. Any kind of PvP that requires a major team effort. In Rainbow Six, if you work with the same team, you'll come up with a strategy, you do it day after day, and indeed it will work. Alright, ready? Alright, so happy to go back to fight those champions? Cool. So just for the benefit of our viewers, what we are doing is we are working on my Reforging the Blade quest. I need to kill 50 mages in order to progress. So we are going to go back to the Cosmodrome and then engage all the enemies. Sometimes when we get there, it gets very hectic because all of those factions are fighting one another. Therefore we are intercepted and attacked by all sorts of enemies, making it really, really challenging. But so far so good. Let me tell you, I've had about 15, I think 14 mages killed out of 15, so not too bad. I'm quite happy with the results so far. Alright, back to Cosmodrome. There we are, stand by and then ready to proceed. Gonzack says, in Destiny, the rosters of players are selected at random. Even if you form two fire teams, Crucible events are registered at random, so the two fire teams may not even play in the same match.
This place brings back memories.
There's not much you can do to make Crucible bounties easy. I guess that was the idea of Bungie's as well. They wanted the top tier gameplay, which will be Sea Heroic Strikes, the raids, which is obviously play against the environment, and then the Crucible as being PvP. That was the idea. That's the way it should be at the end of the day, you know? But just keep stressing the fact, which is not that well known to many people, about the upload speed. The upload speed for PvP is absolutely a must. Because I've talked to lots of guys who were doing it on broadband, you know, in the UK, and they were like really disappointed, thinking, "Oh, we're not progressing, our skill's not good enough." But it's actually all down to the speed. They were testing the tick rate; they could see, you know, they were just lagging, and therefore they could be easily killed. And also, it is not just with the enemy seeing you first, but it's also about the effectiveness of your weapons. Depends on the game. Some games really work better than others. I can say certainly for Call of Duty, Blackout, and also for Apex, the effectiveness of weapons is greatly diminished if you are on a low tick rate. You know, so that's basically what it is. Sekapupu was telling me the other day that he even worked out a strategy through which he can be mastering the attacks in the Crucible, even if it's lagging quite a bit, but I find that very difficult and frustrating, of course. So we're going to go back to Cosmodrome and we'll be attempting to destroy all the champions as quickly as possible. And there we are. Look at that. That was so silly. Just intercepting me just like this. Very annoying. Okay. You're getting tired? Alright, no worries. Well, thanks very much for joining us, and come back again some other time and we'll do some more missions, and also write down what you need to do, you know, like your quests, and then on another day when I'm not doing anything which is quest related, I can be replaying one of my quests in order to help you, you know, so that's not a problem. My pleasure. Well, anyway, speak to you soon and take care. All the best. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you to our community member for being here with us and for participating in some of the firefights in the quest to defeat the champions. And we'll carry on. And Tonzak says, well, I've been reluctant in playing the Crucible because of my slow broadband, even that I do enjoy playing Crucible events. Well, that's exactly the problem that I have, and I'm just generally not doing it for that reason. If there's you know, a poor upload speed, then it's just absolutely pointless. It's frustrating, and I think generally the way I see it is, if I'm doing it in a team, let's say in a clan or crew, then I'm doing my clan members this service, because they obviously have better quality internet, and you know, I personally can't really assist much. I think it depends on the game. If you think about the Division, even when you're playing against the environment, the way the game works is you will get the power levels of certain gamers, which are basically enhancing the abilities of the enemies. So if you are even 5 or 10 points below, the enemies will be almost impossible for you to kill. The enemies will be defending against the strongest person in the clan or in the fire team, and that is challenging, meaning your weapons are ineffective, but then you can strategize and you can basically divert the enemy from your most powerful teammates, and you can also make sure they give away the position. So let's say you go forward, you draw the attention, that pop the heads up, and the most powerful team member just, you know, takes them out with a sniper. So that there are different ways in which one can do some of it, but it will depend on the actual in-game dynamics. Some games work better on kind of lower quality upload speed, and others do not. So that's obviously trouble. Alright, so we are going back, really? That's all resolved. No more worries for anyone. There we are. Back to the Cosmodrome. I've obviously equipped my other sword. My sword at the moment is going to be Arc Edge compared to the other. So let's have a look. Some enemies up here. How can it be that he got away? This is unfair. Wait for all the enemies to pop up. Come on, we want those taken to respawn. I think I know why this is. Just because my fire team member left, and therefore we are not getting the same degree of activity. If you're a team of 3, then you get those things a bit more active. The content is a bit more hectic. Okay. It's always good to collect all of those materials, doesn't matter where you are. Just remember, collect everything that is there to be collected. No major incursion over there. Very pleased with the morning. It's been a very busy morning. We had lots of community members coming in, quite a few people watching, and really thoroughly enjoyable. So thank you all for that. Really. Destiny streams overall on Twitch have become a bit quieter than usual, and a lot of people migrated to Apex and the Division 2, Anthem. So if you go to, you know, the Destiny Twitch channel, not my channel but the one on Twitch, then you'll see, well, it's not the channel, it's a section for Destiny. You'll be able to see that not many people are either streaming or viewing. Saddens me a bit, but on the other hand, all of those Destiny gamers will come back. Some of my daily broadcasts have been quieter than usual in the recent weeks, but overall I can't really complain, because anytime we have our community members coming in, we talk about very many interesting things, and you know, we have really wonderful gameplay, as well as new bonds created between our community members and other Twitch viewers. It's always good and interesting. some days get busier than others, that's the fact. Come on, what's going on? Where are the enemies? We are having no taken at all. Waiting for that war set. How many did I have? 14? Well, that's going to be a long grind in here. I think you're right, there was like a first roll in there as well. There are several in fact. One of them is trying to kill me, look at him. He's going the other way. He's hiding. Oh no, what was this? Two of them attacking me from both sides. Oh well. Put my sword on.
Holiday here. You know how this goes. You bring me salvage, and I keep your ships from falling out of the sky.
Oh, he was down to like less than 10%. Ah. Somebody needs to be revived in there. Yeah, it was so close, wasn't it? It was just literally... I was just a bit... Well, I was late, basically. And he was taking significant damage from my sword, and also I cornered him. You know, he was like against that rock in there, so he couldn't really wave his axe. 19 so far. Well, you know, there'll be always another one, so no big deal really. They're respawning quite frequently here, so there's no really major worry. Don't have to wait like half a day or anything. The taken lieutenant is corrupting the land. That's what I need to do anyway. Sword. Where are they? Yeah. Oh, come on. He was taking a lot of damage and definitely will be able to get him now. Must be very quick. I don't believe it. He's less than 1% and he's still alive. Okay, we did manage to get him literally the last minute, the last second that it said. Either subs recovered. Okay. Yeah, whilst I'm waiting. Donzak is asking, don't know why that guy is waiting in that, and I'll tell you what it is. It's his internet connection. Otherwise he would have been killed many times by all the other enemies. There's some sort of glitch in on his internet. So he's basically just lagging. Yeah, what we do want. Any more in here? Either subs, whatever, subs. Just to remind everyone, TwitchCon Europe had started earlier today in Berlin. Some of my streamer friends have gone there, but there are people who are living in Denmark and Sweden and Finland, are quite close to Germany. And they are attending this wonderful weekend event. So for all of us, for the rest of us, we can just watch it all on Twitch, watch it through the streams. Lots of presentations and interesting activities in there for everyone to enjoy, a lot to learn from. It's very focused, very dynamic, packed with activity, hectic really for everyone who's there. And I'm sure lots of our friends are going to be making new bonds, new connections, making friends for life, and exchanging views with other broadcasters on their experiences. Twitch broadcasting is a new phenomenon. Although Twitch has been around for a few years, the actual surge of streamers has only kind of taken place in the last 3 years, and it is absolutely extraordinary the way people make bonds. I find it astonishing to see that so many people who are also investing in various broadcasters, providing tips and bids and cheers, and they purchase merchandise, invest in various broadcasters, and therefore the broadcasters can purchase many new games. So really the community is rapidly evolving, and lots of nice people are there. I don't have that much time to watch my friends' channels anymore, but frequently when I look them up on their replay, the archive, you can see they're rife with activity, and lots of interesting participants coming in, and a variety of content from cosplay through FPS, PvP, competitive gaming, community-based gaming, puzzles, everything. Donzak says, actually I think there may be a place where you can get to 3 champions to defeat relatively easy. Really? Whereabout is this? Must be over here somewhere, right? It's funny because that champion I defeated, in this last wave, like a couple of minutes ago, he was very, very hard to kill early on. And you were right. He was easier to kill with that arc sword, and more difficult to kill with that Young Wolf's Howl. So the arc sword is working reasonably well. And Tonsaxis, I recall that you can get to the Eyes of Kreuter. Four strikes. Tonsaxis, I recall that you can get to the Eyes of Kreuter, but I'm hazy on the details. I have to log in to show you. Sure. Just let me know once you are logged in. Obviously, I'll bring you in as well. Tonsax says it's at the end of the last race story in patrol mode. No, the Eyes of Kreuter I had completed here with my Warlock. I was just thinking that perhaps the Eyes of Kreuter was springing up in here. I did defeat them in some missions, but they were not here. Not here in Cosmodrome, I don't think. Oh, that lieutenant is protecting him, see? And we want to get there as quickly as possible now with he's not taking much damage, that Loritz. Don't respawn me so far. Need to get there as quickly as possible. Oh, he's down to 10% again. Where is the other person? Fire at will. He's less than 1%. He's 0.5%. That was close. This was literally the last second. This was within the last second. It really was.
Wonder what our friends hope to do with these.
24.
I'll alert the tower.
Okay. Donzik says you did that too as well. I did, but it was taking a bit of time, and you know, sometimes he was taking a lot of damage, and then at other times he was not really responding. So I really yeah, I'm down to 50%, 24 out of 50, 49% I should say. Look at that. Lots of enemies. Oh, there's big captain. And all of them. Come on, respawn. I need to really do the move with my sword. Quick, quick, quick. Oh, he's there as well. I didn't see him. Quick, quick. I need to get there as quickly as possible. Well, the other guy needs to be shooting at the lieutenants. Oh yeah. Heavy on. Okay. So where is the champion? That was mad. 13. I neutralized 13 mages here in one battle. 13 of them. There were so many. So that was pretty good. Very happy about this one. But I didn't manage to get rid of that. Well, maybe I did because I didn't see him at the end. Maybe my friend here eliminated him. The big one, the champion. Dunno. What was it? What have we got? 10 left. Okay. Loads of heavy. That's good. That's beautiful, beautiful sights. Some help from another teammate in there because these are very strong. Yeah, but he's very strong, and I'm not that fast. I need to get to him faster than that. I need to attack his lieutenants. Disappeared. They disappeared. $41. Okay, once I finish this in full, then we'll do some Siva heroic strikes. Okay, I need to use my grenade a bit more than this. Let's see. Anything else I wanted to look at here? Trying to think what this was. That's all enabled. There was Dawn Sniper. What was it that I wanted to do there? No, not really. Let me see. $41. Okay, so I still have. We need to get one big wave off taken, and then that will be completed. Just have to go after the lieutenants. I kept focusing on the champions, but actually the champions are not that important. But on the other hand, I thought I would get some exotic shards, but I don't think I did get any exotic shards. None. Right, so black wax, just one. And eat seeds, so just one. I have many. Okay. And what is the glimmer that I have? Well, I could have been more glimmer, for certain. the bounties have been completed. The ones I picked up early on. Look at those in a minute. Okay, so let's have a look. What are the bounties? The bounties are housebreaking, 10 fallen mages, defeat 10 fallen mages or ultras. Some weapon parts we got for that. Exploding light, get 20 grenade kills. Reputation, and then shining light, get 30 super kills. Also reputation. So that's receiver heroics. Okay. Let's receiver heroics. Wow, these are such menace. I want to have a biscuit and a cup of tea, and I simply can't. These are chasing me. These guys. They're not even guys, they're creatures. These creatures. What am I saying in here? House banners are picked up. Alright, that's pretty good. Tanzak says, I don't know what you're saying. Nor do I. Brain shriveled a bit. Talks about those knights as being the guys, and you know, they're just creatures. I guess it's the effect of defeating ultras and mages in here. You know, the brain gets a bit shriveled, and then the words get a bit garbled, that sort of thing. But it's been good so far, and I'm actually pleased that I got 41, 42 under my belt already. So I'll be finishing this off shortly. Just need to get another taken attack for that to be, you know, one of those major taken assaults. It's funny because in one of those I managed to neutralize 13 mages. There were 13 mages in that cloud in there. That's probably the best ever in Destiny. Like in one wave, 13 of them were gone. So that's pretty wild. Look at them, trying to flee me. That may be it. Let's hope it is. I fancy some CV Rake strikes as well. So if I remember not to use my yeah, that was good. So that's already it's only one. More than that. Okay, I'm doing alright. 25% gone on him. So just have to really quickly get to him. Lots of captains and majors in there, you know, so we really need to be getting there as quickly as possible to do them with my sword. 44. It's a really good chance to finish this off now. What on earth is going on? Just need to focus on these lieutenants. All the lieutenants are here, you see. And I'm using my sword because of that quest, otherwise I would have used my super and everything else. Okay, so this is pretty good. Taken got away. 48. That should be it, right? Oh, we've got keys there as well. He has got less than a few percent left. got him. I got him though. I got him. $50 out of 50. So we are done and dusted in here. I just want to see whether any of this could be of use. Let's see. Certainly shall be. Respawning in here is filth. So there you go, all done. And then just remember that there is some loot in there which I can collect as well before I depart from this area. I didn't see it turning out. Alright. Okay, so that's been completed in here. Okay, let me see. Go to orbit. Go back to the tower, do a bit of admin, and then we'll crack on with some strikes, I think. It's been a very, very enjoyable morning so far. Really exciting, plenty of action, lots of community contributions as well. So we'll have a look at the upgrade. Devil's Dawn, life support is enabled, as well as field choke, linear compensator, okay, accurate ballistics, more range and impact, increased recoil, field choke, more range and impact, yeah, okay, we'll go for accurate ballistics, life support, gives this weapon, while critically wounded, have a chance to start regenerating health. Okay, these ones still need to be unlocked. Some engrams are over there fast to decoy as well. So we're back to the tower, stand by, and then proceed to our final destination for this section of the game. As you know, I can't be doing Crucible because I don't have the upload speed which is adequate. At least the first section was completed, 50 majors and ultras neutralized. Very good and very enjoyable. Just bear with me, I'm just looking at the messages received in the meantime. 35 received. Well, thank you guys for supporting my stream and indeed for supporting my channel. Lily Vanilli, thank you. Thank you for supporting my channel. I'll tell you about all of those members supporting us in a second. Just looking at the messages that have come in. So we have Borkanov, Robodoc, Twitch, Ari Thames, Venom's Official, Fallen Secret, Instagamer, Lily Vanilli, Graviton Studios, Cyborg, Nightlook Art, CSGO Giveaway, Let's Get Ill. Well, that's not really particularly encouraging, is it? Decoy Run, Dantona 576, Play Rocket, and many other ones. So this is just the last batch during the last couple of hours. So it's Borkan Snaff, Robodoc, Twitch Temps, Venom Snake Official, Fallen Secret, Instagamer, Lily Vanilli, Graviton Studios, Cyborg, Nightlook Art, CSGO Giveaway, Let's Get Ill, Daytona 576, Play Rocket, Play Red Rocket, I should say. Okay. Daytona. Decoy Run. This is a band. Well, thank you for following my channel and for watching it and supporting it. Nightlook Art. Well, this is very good drawings, and I'm already following Nightlook Art. Cyborg. Cyborg has really some amazing drawings. My goodness, this is extraordinary. I'm a person from Julu, Finland, and I like to draw. And indeed, we definitely do appreciate and like your drawings. Astonishing quality stuff. You can go to Cyborg on my Instagram, have a look at his drawings. Absolutely amazing. You know, it's funny with some of the cosplayers, you find people trying out the costumes which are known from Elder Scrolls or from comic strips and that, and then very quickly they all kind of slide into semi-nudity and a bit more than semi-nudity. I guess lots of people know where to and how to attract as many viewers as possible, and well, we know it all. Landscapes and picture postcard scenery is no longer of interest to many people on the internet, and you know, beautiful as this may look, there are other exciting discoveries that people will find on Instagram that definitely do not look like the Dolomites or Seychelles or, you know, Maldives. So what can I say? I quite like landscapes, I like Maldives, and I like the Dolomites, you know, I prefer those. So there you go, you can quote me, and there's lots of photographs of beautiful landscapes, and particularly places where I've been. And I used to do a lot of mountain trekking, so this was my favorite outdoor activity for many years. Not as much in the recent years, but still do a lot of outdoor walking and trekking, perhaps not at such altitude of 3,500 plus, but you know, always nice to revisit, always nice to go to those places, always very exciting. And when you come to the Dolomites, I guess similar to when you watch Destiny, you walk through the volcanic rocks that have been there for millions of years. So listen to this, 50 to 80, 90, you know? So think about it, 1 million and 100. So very, very, very big difference. And you walk through those volcanic rocks and you realize they seem eternal. They're always there. Eternal as far as this planet is concerned. But you know, the laws of the nature are visible everywhere when you walk through those wonderful spots. So I recommend it to everyone if you have a chance and physical fitness in order to endure it. In fact, on my Instagram I've been posting quite a few screenshots of Metal Gear Solid, so any of you who are your great Hideo Kojima fans, then have a look on my Instagram. They have some very interesting shots there, and they're receiving a lot of support as well. And also I placed some very nice pictures of those Destiny special editions, the Taken King special edition, then the Black Armory special edition, the Goy special edition, different types, so you can have a look. And also there's a beautiful photograph of one Sony exclusive bundle that was offered after the Taken King were released. So I got a box with the picture of 3 Guardians there attacking the enemy, and everything indeed described in there in terms of the add-ons and exclusives. So it's a very, very good one, and liked by many people on my Instagram today. So very, very good to see that people are interacting, remembering Destiny, and indeed engaging with us all. Alright, so we've done a bit of community work there on Instagram and Twitter. We told you who our followers and supporters are. Many of those came in today and expressed their support on both of those portals of mine. It's DRBMiller Gaming Channel on Instagram and on Twitter. And we are going to be doing a bit of admin in here. I think he has nothing for us because we collected all the items in that arena. We'll go back to Master Rahul. Do some coding.
My pleasure.
So he's rewarding us with some silken codex.
Huh. Interesting. I didn't think you'd choose that one.
Well, I see we are getting Glimmer as we brought him silken codex and house banners. He is very keen on those items. He finds them your interesting finds, and he rewards us with
I was fond of that
Glimmer. So engrams are strange coin,
I'll be sorry to see that one go.
temporal S&M. What's this? World of Wonders.
Stay safe.
And this is Jujar Shah as well. We got all of those. It's pretty good.
Careful.
These are not going to be particularly useful to us, but on the other hand, what is going to be useful is a bit of heat here where I am, because at the moment it feels very cold, and it is very cold outside. I woke up, the temperature was 0. Beautiful sunny day, you know, high skies, sunshine, no clouds, but very cold indeed. Any of those are no longer useful to us. We just want 390 plus. And this is temporal MSM. This is not it. We don't want any of those. Alright. And I'm trying to think what else to do here. Well, nothing really. We indeed had completed the first part of that quest. The quest is a sword reforged, and we got major kills completed 50 out of 50, so now we need guardian kills in the Crucible, but as I said earlier, I'm not able to do this because of my upload speed. Patrols, complete Age of Triumph, complete the Challenge of Elders, Artifacts of the Iron Lords, that's the good noble deeds performed. Kingsfall raid, and that's part of the Sunsinger Radiant skills. Energy burst patrols, the Crux of Darkness, Husk of the Pit, okay. The Old Hunger, Form the Ritual, that's the raid. Metal and Flesh, Devil's Places leading the Fallen in the Plaguelands. Well, that's something that we could do, but actually this is Wrath of the Machine as well. Alright, Glory and Taking of it, a Battle for Glory, Thunderstrike kills. Well, that's really about it, really, isn't it? Challenge of Elders, Noble Deeds Performed. Still thinking of my Titan. I think there were a few other things left in there. Okay, so what we do need to do is we need to collect some Siva Heroic Strikes bounties, and we can collect some from Zavala, but I think I already did collect a few of them earlier in the week,
Still walk in the shadows.
so maybe our bounty tracker will be the only person
You're looking
dealing with
rested.
this.
I value your counsel. Back to the good
Tell me
fight.
about the dreadnought.
That indeed is correct. So we'll get some from our
It
bounty
is
tracker.
never truly over.
Retrieval bounty for...
The way they'll carve us
Here.
free from the bone is a comfort to me.
So let me see. Strike score.
Checking. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Okay, so these are all there, and then very quickly we can also see whether the other ones can't be really discarded because they are being filled. Complete the Strike and Siva Crisis playlist without dying to earn an indestructible medal. Okay. That's all good. Already, we just need to see what weapons we've got equipped. We may be actually trying another weapon, and that is Questing Beast. Shadow price is quite good as well, 395. It does have all enabled in there, okay. But we'll see, we'll try automatic rifle, and then we have also Devil's Dawn equipped, but I think our where's the Devil's Dawn 396. Put that fusion rifle on. 395 attack. Very powerful arc edge sword. Okay, so that's all good. I'm happy. We are ready to commence with those Siva Heroic Strikes. Ready if you are. Quickly have a look at the landscape, gather our thoughts, think of the loved ones, and then get our thoughts ready for another battle. So let's just enjoy a few moments of peace and tranquility, and then we'll carry on with our Siva Heroic Strikes.
Shouldn't be a problem. Just worry about the products, yes, Fairchurch. Leave the business part to me. Okay, Ikora. Okay. Cade wants what now? Yes, Zavala. I got the message. Right away. I can take care of that. Okay, Fairchurch. Okay.
There we are, my friends. I have a short break. Still have a biscuit or two before we carry on. In fact, I'll go to my director first. Siva heroic strikes are next for everyone to enjoy.
Just worry about the products, yes, Fenchurch. Leave the business part to me.
Siva Crisis Heroic Strike playlist level 42 strike. Modded catapult grenade recharge rate is greatly increased, so that's appreciated. Fresh troops. Some enemy squads have been fortified with additional reinforcements. Not appreciated. And arc burn. Arc damage from any source is greatly increased. Enemies, heroic enemies appear in greater numbers and are more aggressive. So what do we have? Light level 350 plus. The difficulty level is hard. Survival, my friends, is not guaranteed. Only by demonstrating great skill will you triumph against a relentless foe. And we know who that foe is here. So there you go. I'm enjoying my lovely choc chip digestives. Generally I have digestives, but from time to time I buy those with choc chip, and they're pretty good if you're getting a bit hazy, a bit tired. They have very little sugar in there, but they are very energizing. Tons Access, have a good strike, and we'll chat later on. See you. Thank you very much, sir, for coming in and watching, for contributing, for
the
being
Vex
with us
still mourn the
today.
loss of the Nexus Mind.
And
But for
indeed,
the Vex,
look forward to
time
seeing
is
you on my
relative.
channel soon.
In one moment, a construct is lost.
I'll crack on with my strikes for
next,
another
it is reborn.
90 minutes,
When a powerful
and then the
part of
broadcast
the
will
network
end.
is lost, the
And I will have
restorative
another
mind
Metal
is
Gear
summoned.
Solid later on
It
today
has
as well.
begun creating a bridge through
But that
time.
is a shorter
A
stream.
bridge that, if it is not destroyed, will see the Nexus Mind reborn.
I wish you a good day, sir. I wish you a good day. And thank you for coming, for being obviously a member of our community. And for being here with us.
I'm detecting a series of concentric barriers around the bridge site.
They protect the time bridge and seek to undo what we have done.
I'll put blue polyphage on. That collects more glimmer from the Vex. My friends in there are already racing.
Unless I'm mistaken, barrier technology of this nature is unstable.
She's right. Find an arc source. You can use it to short out the barriers.
This is what happens frequently when you have random matchmaking. You get people who are either together in co-op teams or just people who are really interested in doing their own thing, and you get very little of that team effort. And also, you know, with the strikes, there are lots of people who consider the strikes many times, and they know where to go, and you know, therefore they just race to certain sections. There's actually no need for me to be using automatic in here. Automatic is not really the best weapon for this, but just doing it for the fun of it all, and also in order to test the weapon to find out what it's like. Cave in that blight in there. Its bubbles are called taken blights. Sometimes you have tasks which want you to destroy them. Killed by something from somewhere. Doing 2 shots at once. Tandem fire. Yes. "30 enemy kills with your fighting." Thank you, kind love. Thank you. Here's for the relic. Okay. That's good. Well, actually, what I do need here is my heavy, and I need to put another weapon on, which is going to be also something wicked, chaotic neutral. Okay, we're doing alright.
You've proven you're a threat. Be ready, Guardian. Their fear has turned to anger.
Destroy the thing already. Don't know what happened in there, but killed us something. Not sure what and where and why. It's like 3 people out there. Somebody likes dancing in there. I try to do the same, but not much time left. So we need to be completing the strike as soon as. From very cold, it became very warm in here. Really strange weather out there. Ship killed me. Where did he go? Running away just like that. Died.
another one. Okay, so what we're going to do is we need to put that heavy on to get more rockets. Okay, sounds good. Good progress.
My Hidden caught this attempt at abusing the timeline. But how many have there been? Does the world stand as it does because of the Vex?
That's the time bridge. And the restorative mind. That capacitor just lit up. You know what to do. That got its attention.
so annoying. Going, shouldn't have done this. Should have not been reviving him in there. Again, then.
That capacitor just lit up. You know what to do. That got its attention.
Completely. Waiting for him to open the eye, you know, because then he's one of the matches. Well, he's nearly dead.
Once again, the mirror of time stands whole. Within, the reflections of the past shimmer as starlight. If the mind had succeeded, Venus may have gone the way of Mercury. Thanks to you, Venus shall stay in perfect, living, real.
No skeleton key. No skeleton key, no goodies. Well, That's just the way it is. The other chap had this mystery bag. Alright, wasn't too bad. Just got strike to start with. Now we're gonna have another one. So the other guy's left. What are my bounties on this one? Completed all 3 of them, look. Get super kills in Siva Crisis Strikes to earn the respective super kill medals. Complete strikes in the Siva Crisis to earn points. 30 rapid enemy kills as well.
The Black Garden may not stay among us for long.
So that should give us some.
Something
at
has
least
begun
something.
to repair the schism torn by its destruction. Vex now flood the garden channels to protect it. We must stop the Weavers before they seal the garden and begin to summon back its heart.
I like this place better when it's dead.
Pausini is here. Hello, Pausini. How are you doing? Pausini is asking me, are you good? I'm very good indeed. Yes, thank you. We are doing Siva Heroic Strikes in Destiny 1, as you can see, having lots of fun. And we had another Reforge the Sword quest, which required 50 major kills, and we were grinding that for about roughly 4 hours. Oh, gone. Why is it I couldn't walk back? It's because of that stupid wall in there. Thank you for that Dorito chip. I like Doritos. Don't have any of them on me at the moment. Definitely very, very good nachos. Payuklin. Okay, Payuklin. Okay, I've got it. Thank you for that. We read that Pausini. So it's Payuklin, right? Payukinal. Payukinal. Trying to revive and he's not allowing me to. Need to restart then. That's annoying. Where's the third person? Don't even see him. Probably just enter the strike. Oh, I've got it. I've got it. I've got it. Get rid of them. Okay. They got me. NL is for Netherlands. Payuki, Netherlands, right? Payuki, Netherlands. I've got it. good to see you here. Thank you very much for joining our Destiny World community on my channel, and thank you for being here with us today. This strike is very difficult, and the enemies are very deadly. We need to work out something else, because we are getting killed. In fact, I'll change my weapon.
I like this place better when it's dead.
We'll take 390. How dare you? 395 attack. Hawk Moon will put on. Okay. Hawk Moon is going to be causing a lot of damage to those enemies in there. Our friend Oyukin says he has to go. We'll be back soon, so that's good. Thank you for coming. We want to see you here again. And thank you for joining us and for talking to our community members. Really appreciate it. Something massive out there that's killing us all the time. We need to work out what this is. Two of these beasts in there. I'm not going to be able to revive me. Oh, he is. Okay.
somebody else must have been killed in there. Don't know why. Don't know what the reason is. Still not gone. Yeah, finally. Good. As you could see. There's going to be a big boss in here as far as I remember. Go race to the end. Oh, that's so annoying. Just wanted to pick up that heavy ammunition in there. Boo. Stone obstacle, rubbishy. Get there.
The Black Garden remains here among the light. But the Vex will never cease until their birthplace is restored. And we must keep it here until we can understand its origins.
Green Marble Loop. So that's quite good. Curious to see what this Imago loop is going to be like. 395. Of course, we want that Imago loop. Absolutely. We're gonna see those perks as well. Come on. Where are the perks? Spirit of Blue, man. Yeah.
Those fallen in the Ishtar sink on Venus? Story is they raided the prison of elders in the reef. Got an Archon priest. The Queen's bounty is high, so we know it's powerful. We need to hunt this thing down before they fully restore its soul.
It won't take them long to restore the Archon priest's soul. We'd better head for the caves.
all died. That's annoying. That is annoying. I didn't see him. Where did he come from?
We'll need to get through. I'll check it out. It's locked down tight. Just give me some time. Okay, it's open.
Track the Archon Priest.
Think they'd mind if we take their pikes?
Didn't we? The other one killed me. Ah, come on. Jumped at the front of me. My line of sight.
Think they'd mind if we take their pikes?
Didn't get him again. I'm not doing well here. Darkness consume me. Why? I didn't get it.
I was sure that the Archon priest was taken incoming. Get ready.
Oh, how can this be? How can this be? There's a box in there. Look at it. It's obstacle. Get a thing. Nice, gonna be guarding my position with these. He hates me because of those rockets. The rockets are very deadly to him. Thank you. Put my sword on, I'll hit him with a sword if I can get to him. Where is he? This is a difficult strike, it's a fact. There.
I'll contact the Vanguard and let them know what happened.
Cool.
The Fallen found the prison of of elders, but then the Taken found the Fallen. Too bad for them. The Archon priest was better off in the prison.
We'll do another strike. We have a bit of time, so let's see what the other strike is going to be like. It's been a very good morning. Lots of great community-based activity. We defeated 50 majors or ultras earlier in the session, and now we're doing the strikes. All of them are very, very good, very dynamic, lots of action for everyone to enjoy and be entertained, of course. The last one was quite difficult. That Archon Priest was very, very hard to kill. Well fortified with lots of lieutenants and yellow bar enemies protecting him. In fact, it was a bit more difficult than usual. I'm not sure why. I guess I could have used my fusion rifle on the priest as well. That was all good at the end.
Whether we wanted it or not, we've stepped into a war with the Cabal on Mars. So let's get to taking out their command, one by one. Valus Ta'arik. From what I can gather, he commands the siege dancers from an Imperial land tank outside of Rubicon. He's well protected. But with the right team, we can punch through those defenses, take this beast out, and break their grip on Freehold.
Let's find access to their system. See if we can track down Valus Ta'arik.
My perks are still there. Weapon parts, Spirit Bloom, I don't have many enough of those. Well, tell you what, we'll put the other Imago loot back on because it's a bit more powerful. What's this? Panterai. Fusion rifle.
Colossus is there. Colossus is there. That was a sitting duck just a moment ago. Finally I got rid of him. Carrying on. Primary weapon full. My. No, that's not something that I want to do. What was this? Something illuminated me, alright. Not sure what though. Ah, he got me again. He's the first one that needs to be eliminated. Weapons too slow for that guy in there. The animal, that creature, whatever he is. Finally I got him. But actually, what am I doing in here in the first place? A whole lot of enemies in that. The enemy pit. Don't even know what happened, just dead. Eventually. Yeah. Oh, champions are here. Okay. So we'll put one more. Those. investigate the anomaly. So that means I... excuse me, I suddenly lost my voice. Don't know what's going on. Apologize for this, and Biggie is there. Three of them are there. This guy just lagged it. Don't know why. There's plenty to do in here. So what is, I put my special synthesis in there to increase the power of my fusion rifle. This fusion rifle is really very good. Very powerful, very devilish. Come on, hurry up. What on earth is this? Why is it loading for so long? Straight to me. How could I miss all of them in there? is the bloke racing? That's really ridiculous. Oh, where is he? I don't see him. I missed him. There he is, gone.
We got it. I'll let commanders of Allah know there's one less problem on Mars.
Valus Ta'ark has finally been defeated in the Cabal Command dealt a great blow. But in the darkness rising, more fleets will come and new leaders will rise. We must be ready to face them all.
Got any skeleton keys? Okay. Some more to flight I got. Okay, that's not too bad. Alright, so that's basically it for today. This was our last strike. Let's see whether the game register this or not. It did, yeah. So basically we've come to the end of our broadcast for today. We've had 6 hours of entertainment, and this was with Destiny 1 World. We had lots of fun destroying those majors and ultras. We destroyed 50 of them earlier in the broadcast, and then we carried on with Seaway Rake Strikes. We completed about half dozen. Got some good loot, lots of good firefights, some coordinated team effort. We had a lot of community participation this morning. We've had one new community member from the US joining us, and we've had several other people contributing, so very, very happy about this, and thank you all for your contributions. We are going to have a look at everyone else on Instagram and Twitter in a moment, but before then we are going to be going back to the tower. Wait a minute, I just did see something else. I see Challenge of the Elders. We would need to have Zigo. Okay, not to worry. We'll go to the tower and have a look at the loot, everything else we got, and then we'll say Good day to everyone. I really like those early Destiny days. I like them much better than running Destiny at night. And this is the way to stay here on my channel. Well, for the time being, of course, depending on my schedule and everything else. And I think it's very enjoyable for everyone else as well. We get lots of people coming in from the continent, we got some people from the UK, and also I have to say I'm very surprised, I get a lot of people coming in from the US, although it is when I start at 10 o'clock in the morning, literally either middle of the night or very early morning in the United States. So really good to see that everyone is coming. But again, some hardcore gamers, they really game all night, and this is what usually happens. Not for me, really. I did have a short stretch on late night gaming, and I really, you know, it's not really for me. Because I'm not really as focused, and it affects my sleep, and there's all other kinds of issues. 5, 6 o'clock in the afternoon, we have all these other things to do, like reading, studying, writing, watching films, socializing, meeting friends, etc. Alright. It's a very, very good outfit. Look really good, look at them. Can, in fact, take a very nice snapshot of this, which is what I've done, and we'll quickly have a look at the admin. Postmaster has some stuff for us. Automatic rifle, not in my face. What's this shotgun? It looks like we are very, very full there. Okay, we'll come back. We'll go to Master Rahul first.
We found today. What can we do for you?
Collecting some glimmer. Let me have all these engrams. So let's see. Strange coin. Strange coin. What is this? Mosmosus and cannon. Rakuzumi 4 boots. Maybe these ones are very powerful. We'll see. Silent Oracle, also quite good.
Perhaps a rare
I think I've got a better one. Spectral Dust. Okay.
I hope you'll get some rest.
And let me see what we have on inventory. So it looks like we exchanged everything, used everything. I do need to beef up on my motor flight. Definitely needed at least 100 extra compared to what I've got here. And just thinking,
I've never seen anything like this. 13 parables, handwritten on the page.
need to look at maybe some purchases. See whether
Stolen armory items have been recovered and
Vanguard
what can the Vanguard
Quartermaster.
supply for you?
Yeah.
Return whenever you'd like, Guardian.
Speed metal I have in a plentiful supply, so what we are going to do is
Shoulder to the wind. Look, wind.
we'll go downstairs and we just do a bit of boogie. There's a jukebox in here. again, quite like it. There we are. Capture that lovely bit of boogie, some music, some entertainment. This is our social area for us to enjoy, to relax after those hard battles. In fact, I don't really come here as frequently as I should. It's a real shame that we can't simply sit on the sofa, can sit here and meditate, and we'll go upstairs again because there are a few things which I want to do before we wrap up for today. Okay, so we bought these things, some materials off our postmaster. Okay, and we'll have a look at...
Where to begin?
No, we don't have anything.
May the next crisis be less
to do with
messy.
Master Hall. We'll go up here. Look at the inventory. So we have 390 and 390. It would be useful for us to have that one on. I'll just delete this one. I want one kept for infusion because it's 391 and this one is 350. And this is a very good one. So really we need to work on it. Look at it. Skull of Dire Amahara. Invigoration, gain bonus energy. Second Thoughts, gain bonus super energy. Gain bonus super energy. Increase strength, increase intellect. Delusions of Grandeur. Take reduced damage while using Nova Bomb. Improved energy drain ability. So that's all very good. Twist Fate. Change the stats and upgrades available on this armor. Okay, Glass Needle sort of have. So this is a good helmet. This should be our priority. I need to remember that. In fact, I can probably purchase some from there as well. No, I spent a lot of money in there, so probably not. Don't have much currency for the Gloves of a Dying Star. Okay, so let me see this. 390. This is 393. 393. That's right, it's 390. I'll do this one as well. And then in here we have what? Void Resonance, increase discipline. And we got even two of those spectral dust ones. None of them are particularly useful. This one has spin metal sensor. Alright, so that could be quite useful as well, because we got it for everything else. And another hand cannon here. Imago loop hand cannon. It's 391. It's 395 one. Weapon parts. Okay, we'll buy that off Banshee. Banshee's up here.
You need it. Let's see these guns. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we got plenty. And we can then simply upgrade our Imago loop. Extended magazine, oil frame, faster reload, reduce range. Extended magazine. What's this? Grenadier. These are not really unlocked as yet. We put this sure shot, giving us some precision. And then in fact what we can do is we can just use some out of light, but we don't have that many of those. Okay. Let's see.
That sight's gonna get someone killed.
Grenadier. Kill this weapon, reduce the cooldown of your grenade. Oil frame, faster reload. And this weapon deals bonus damage against hive wizards. So to remember this, whenever we are facing hive wizards, then this weapon will be very powerful. Oil frame, and that's it. We got everything enabled, so our other Imago loop is ready to go to the vault, and we can use it on any other character as well. So it's very important to remember, keep your best weapons in the vault. I need to sort this out because there are lots of weapons that I don't really need. So it's 390, but I kept these in order to infuse some of the exotic kit. That's one of the reasons. But overall, see, Dark Blade Spit, got 2 of those, completely unnecessary. Yeah, okay, I know what I'll do. I'll first of all access the vault, then I'll go to the character, we'll go to the other hand cannon, and that's Imago loop, put it in the vault. In here we have Questing Beast automatic rifle, Shadow Price automatic rifle, Hardy hand cannon as well. Yeah, I need to really enable the specs on this one. And then, let me see whether there's anything else. Devil's Dawn, 396. Bitter Edge, Devil's Dawn, this one can go out, of course. Anton's Roll Sidearm, Bitter Edge Sniper Rifle, Panther Eye, Shotgun, so that seems to be okay. This is yeah, this is all good. Trying to think whether it's always the best to have half and half between exotics and legendaries, because as you know, you can't be equipping more than one exotic on either your weapons or your kit, and therefore it's the best if you have another legendary which is of the same level, very similar, to be used at the same time. And in here I think everything is in order, but we can probably get rid of not enough space. Okay. So that is in the armor compartment. Everything is occupied. That needs clearing up. I'll do that sometimes outside of my broadcasting hours as well, because that's a bit of a chore. And then we have Postmaster as well.
Your name? Transfer.
These are not really useful. We'll just get rid of them straight away. So this is automatic rifle. And there's a sidearm as well, shotgun. All done. Okay, so let me see. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, there is. We have some bounties as well. All of those have been completed.
I'm authorized to award bounties, Guardian.
And we have 3 bounties. All of them were completed during our Siva strikes. So that is stand and fire, get 30 rapid enemy kills with your fire team to earn fire team strike medals in Siva crisis strikes. Okay, reputation is up. Complete strikes in the Siva crisis playlist to any points. Reputation, and again get super kills in Siva crisis. Get some light of light. So that's all completed, right? And okay, let me think. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for helping. See you after another hard battle. Fear God, honor the King. And we are ready now to depart. Hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast. We've had 6 hours and 20 minutes of entertainment here in our Destiny world. It's been thoroughly enjoyable for me. We've had lots of battles in the Cosmodrome through which we killed Majors and Ultras. In fact, I was able to neutralize quite a few champions, although they were not needed for my quests here on the Warlock. Completed that long while back. And the best one I had today was with 13 Ultras killed in one wave of Taken. So there were many big captains and lieutenants protecting one of those bosses. In fact, I was not able to neutralize the boss. The boss was down to about 1% of his life when they disappeared, but very many of his captains were destroyed. So I'm pleased to say that my sword, and this is my arc blade, worked beautifully. Is it arc edge or arc blade? Arc edge, I think it is, isn't it? Arc edge, that's right. Worked beautifully, neutralized all of them, and therefore I collected 13 just in one wave, which was probably the best I've ever had in Destiny so far. And after that we had quite a selection of Siva heroic strikes that provided us with a lot of interesting action, many different enemies, hard bosses, but altogether all successfully completed. All the bounties have been filled and cashed, and therefore we are happy at the end of the day. So thank you for coming, thank you for being here, thank you for watching this broadcast and supporting my channel. I will tell you at the end who's been here today. Just bear with me. We are going to have a look immediately. And indeed, those were the people who first of all joined us as our new community members. So we'll have a look at that first. Thank you to Pausi, is it Pausi Netherlands, for being a new community member on Twitch. Estin180 as well. Double X Ralph 139 as well. So these are Zack Attack, Waste Taken, Imperial Snipe. These are our new community members on Twitch. So Poicine, Netherlands, Estin180, Ralph 139, Zack Attack, Taken, Waste Taken, Imperial Snipe. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for joining our community of video gamers and Destiny veterans here on my channel. Thank you for being obviously valued members of our community. As you can see, lots of veterans coming here at all times. We talk about everything Destiny and video gaming related and always have a lot of fun. So if you have any questions, if you're new, if you're kind of going up the ladder with your skill and knowledge, just throw in questions here on Twitch and ask the veterans, whilst they are on air and once they are watching the broadcast, and be able to tell you everything about any of your questions. Some of the veterans spent more than 4,000 hours on Destiny, and that's quite astonishing. We have veterans with 2,500 hours, 3,000 hours, 3,500 hours, you know, so everything from sort of 2,000 hours plus. And believe you me, those chaps are very knowledgeable on Destiny. And Destiny is a game which can be approached from every angle and played in many, many different ways. Okay, so the next lot of followers and supporters are on Instagram. So thank you to from Mike to Mars, Tires, Jara Leftfield, Max Lavender, Lil OT, Christian Martin, Lil OT, Bitlex, Louis 86. Then thank you to Play Rocket, Graviton Studio, you're my favorite, Mizunome Game, Daytona, Dan Costa, Raphael JPEG, Let's Get Ill, Borksnaff, Lily Vanilli, Little OT, Christian Martin, CSO Giveaway, and then also we have Africa Futura, PlayStation Information Access, Play Rocket, Graviton Studio, Twitch Temps, and Dan Costa, Natural Nico. Thank you all for that. Thank you for coming and for supporting my channel on Instagram. And then the last group of supporters are on Twitch. Thank you to Jess, thank you to Martinis, thank you to Savage4, Diamond Dave, thank you to Rapunzel, thank you to Terra, thank you to Real Talk Gaming, On The Fly, Chrissy Weasel Bass, Susie Whittle, 7 Ember Wolf, Negawu, June's Guitar, Weasel Bass, and Games Outdoors. So thank you to everyone who has been supporting my channel. I've read out lots of names and user IDs of people who have been supporting us just today on Twitch, Instagram, and Twitter. You are my very valued community members. I love you all, and indeed I thank you for your valuable contribution here with the content on my channel. But we come to the end of our broadcast for today. Hope you enjoyed Destiny 1. Let's team up, hook up, and meet up tomorrow yet again at the usual time from 10 o'clock AM BST. And until then, I wish you all a very, very good afternoon.